truckers, travelers, and more important friends, this is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from the beautiful Fastport Studios with your host, your friend, your companion, your partner in crime, Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. We are actually broadcasting live from the Degas House in the city of New Orleans, right in between City Park and, of course, the French Quarter, the original home of trucking radio. The original home of trucking radio. That's where it all began. We're not too far from the New Orleans Fairgrounds either, and all of it is happening because we got these new studio digs from our friends at Fastport. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. Hey, man, registered apprenticeships, veteran readiness. You can learn more at Fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, those folks have a whole bunch of great Americans that have been nominated for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. When you go to Fastport.com, you can actually head over to that link and check out who those great nominees are. You can also go to, NACFE.org and look at their Run on Less program. I bring that up, Phone Master Dre, because Mike Roth will be joining us pretty soon after Pastor John gives us a stirring devotional, and we will be talking about Frito-Lay.
Woo!
Frito-Lay's done some stuff with the Run on Less Messy Middle program, and Mike Roth will be here to tell us all about it. Chris Orban will be arriving on the scene soon after that. You guys remember he stopped in the studio before, and we'll get a chance to talk with him about what's going on in the whole wide world. What's happening, Phone Master?
And this is the reminder, Chappie. This is your time to jump in, man. Come on.
This is your shot at the title, brother, because the clock will run out. Although Chris and I, because he will be in studio, will be taking phone calls at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Now, emo is where you want to be and where you want to call. Where are you right now? Are you on the tube of you? Are you making FaceTime on the Book of Face? Do you have the audacity to make your way to Odyssey? Are you live with 365? And then, maybe you've given your heart to the iHeart. Doesn't matter where you're listening. Even if you're listening later on, hey to you, good afternoon to you. The rest of us are here this early and bright morning. You want to make your way over to Road Gang Radio. Of course, it's interesting, Dre, because one of the other things we have discovered this week, Tara got bombarded by endless questions, and she'll be here for Breaker Talkback. Yep, that's right. Along with Peter Stark, one of Chowda's favorite people. He returns. He and I have got some big plans as well. He's going to be helping us do some programming next week, and then he and I are going to be plotting up a way to get Peter Stark a more regular reality here on Road Gang Radio.
Yes.
Tara actually asked us the question. She didn't ask us the question. She asked Dave and I to clarify what it was that happened on the previous platform. We did that. We launched that piece of content. She pulled it out and made sure it got put up there. It, as of right now, is the most listened to piece of content we got. Turns out something else too, because of the shortness of the hour in which we were told, because of the things that Dave didn't complain. I had some complaints about what the previous platform did in an attempt to make sure that even if we did want to do anything else, we would have the least opportunity to succeed. What we learned was we have a lot of friends out there who thought we were gone. Mm-hmm. And somebody wrote me yesterday and was like, he said, you guys usually, talk about what's going on. He said, I was listening, on the previous platform, and there wasn't one single mention of that U-turn accident. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? I said, we've had 3 shows about it. And he's like, well, I listened to a show that used to come before our show. They didn't talk about it at all. And I went, oh, we're not there anymore, dude. He's like, really? Never mind. And then I told him all the places he could go. So if you, like I said, you guys are here. I know who the original gangsters are. I know who the gang is. I know who joined the resistance first. You got to spread the word until we can get a couple more sponsors and get ourselves a marketing budget around here. We're going to be pushing that a lot here. People are calling. People are jumping in. Who do I got?
Oh, man. I called him. He answered. Chappie!
What's going on, brother? Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Missed you, buddy.
Hey, brother. How are my favorite people doing today?
We don't have any complaints. How are you doing, Phone Master?
I'm not bad. I'm chafed a little bit, but I'm all right, man. But it's new underwear. We'll be all right.
You're chafed. Gold Bond helps with that, buddy.
You know,
Oh, thanks,
you
buddy.
remember how they had those movies in the 50s of like Hercules Unchained? Well, my dad used to deliberately say, he's like, what are you watching, Hercules Unchafed? And I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, well, he hasn't got to wear any underwear anymore, so he's totally not chafed. And I'm like, Dad, what is wrong with you?
Amen.
Hercules Unchafed. Chappie Unchafed.
Why do you think the American Indian only wore loincloths?
Unchafed. Well, I don't have an issue with that until you start talking about riding bareback. At that point, I got
Chappie, what'd you call about? How you doing?
Nope. This is where we're gonna make our stand.
This is brought to you by Gold Bond.
Talk about rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole.
So we're talking about chafing and holes. Okay, go on. Continue, please.
Well, I just caught your bit with Elida on AI trucks, and I was just wondering if you happened to see the article I sent to you via email. I wrote it for Overdrive. You know, I'm a little concerned with AI, but I'm not so much concerned with it as most truckers are. I mean, yeah, I do believe it's going to take jobs. I really do. I think it's coming on faster than most drivers believe that it's coming on. You know, you hear these guys come on here, oh, it'll never be without a driver. It's still 10 years or 20 years down the line, but I think they're kind of feeding us a line of crap, sorry for the language, because I think they're actually pushing it faster than they should because companies want that out so they can save that money, so they can put that money in their pocket. And that's another thing I just wrote about, money in their pocket.
Chappie, I agree with...
What concerns...
Go ahead.
What concerns me about AI is something that Elon Musk talked about, and you'll see that in my article. You know, Elon Musk talked about the fact that AI is going to take over so many jobs that the government is going to be forced to pay people a salary every year. And I think that's a dangerous road to go down, and I think that leads to socialism.
I don't agree. I straight up don't agree. I'm going to actually push back on you. I love you, but I hear that, and it's because literally some of the people that push socialism don't know what socialism is, and the people who are against socialism. Entitlement programs, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, guaranteed minimum employment. Why was the welfare state invented, Chappie? And I'm not being a jerk here, but like I said, you're a smart guy. Why did the British invent the welfare state? Because the British invented it. Why did they invent it?
I don't know why the British would do anything. Why did the British lose the war to us? I don't know.
Well, they lost the war to themselves, actually. You know, at the time, it was them fighting themselves. The reason the British invented the welfare state is actually an entitlement state. A welfare state is a direct challenge to communism, is a direct challenge to socialism. Socialism is when the government, I'll make this really clear. Socialism would literally be an FMCSA inspector literally taking the ride with you. Meaning that they would actually control the trucking companies. They would control the oil companies. They would control the housing market. The idea of minimum income is the exact opposite of that. The British invented the welfare state, guys. The reason they did it, Chappie, was to stop people from seizing the means of production. The idea that we're not going to take your company away. And that's not socialism.
Right. So I understand that. But I'm taking it a step beyond. Okay, what I'm thinking, so, and I'm not talking about minimum wage, what you have a right to earn. What I'm talking about is minimum salary because you can't find a job because of AI. So what I believe could happen, is the possibility that it could happen, that if the government is forced to pay people because they can't work, right, then the people become reliant upon the government, right? And what's to say the government doesn't turn the faucet off one day? And what's to say that because they become reliant on that, they lose innovation?
The problem is that
desire to innovate.
They'll push back on you there, because what the pushback would say is, by the way, if you want to have the biggest middle class, this is such a complex conversation. This is an hour-long conversation, and we should have it at some point. But I'm not being a jerk to you, by the way, and I understand it too.
I know.
I understand a lot of people have concerns about this, but it's like at some point, if you're going to basically, Henry Ford, in many ways has a very, very mixed history as a human being. But the one thing he was spot on right about is if your employees can't buy your products, how are you going to sell the world and own the world if nobody's buying what you're making? And if you're creating things with robots and AI, somebody got to buy it. So you got to give up part of what you invested to give people the money. But here's the other, you want the most hopeful take on all of this is, Chappie, we can't help ourselves. We just invent stuff to do. I mean, the whole history of mankind is like, there are people out there, and more than not, who want to work, and they figure out stuff to do. They just figure it out, man. And
sure.
The horseless carriage is going to put us all out of business.
I know. I'm one of those crazy people too. I mean, good Lord willing, I hit the Powerball today or tomorrow. I'm not going to retire. I'm going to find something to do.
Yeah.
I just have to. I would go nuts sitting around doing nothing.
I think most people, when you hear that they retired, what they really mean is, I'm going to actually work my ass off on the things that are really important to me. All right, I got to get out of here. I got Mike Roth coming up. Thank you for your call. I got the article. I've actually opened it up. I'm going to read it this afternoon. All right? I can't wait.
Look for my next one, because my next one is about how companies are scamming drivers on pay.
I'm shocked. You're going to tell me there's gambling in the casino next. I tell you what we're going to do right now. We got to take a quick break. We got to thank you for the call, Chappie. Good to hear from you guys. Please call in. I'm always going to push back, but it don't mean I don't love you. And speaking of, I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. The good pastor is going to be after our pledge and our national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday. Hey, good morning. Hey, want to share something with you before you get out of there. Today is Friday, and I want you to think about what is it that you got going on and what is it that's in your path that's causing you not to be where you need to be. I'm going to share something with you that's found in Luke chapter 6, verse 12. It says that in those days, he went out to the mountain to pray, and all night he continued in prayer to God. Do you know what Luke just said about God? Do you know what Luke just said about Jesus? He says that God and Jesus communicated all night. They spoke with each other all night. Now, I want you to hear this. They did this all night. It ain't one of those, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. It wasn't one of those. It was, Father, I need to talk. And the conversation began. And I want to share something with you this Friday. While you're out this weekend, I want you to think about spending some time just talking to the Lord. I guarantee you, it'll make your next day better. Enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. And we're going to spend some time to talk to Mike.
Hey, guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Dave, by the way, is such a big fan. For a long time was a big fan of. He'd get up so early in the morning to do the show that by the time he got to doing the show, sometimes it was almost time for lunch. He'd always have himself a little bag of Frito-Lay next to him. And I bring by the way, one of the most popular videos of Dave was Dave just eating Frito-Lays and talking on the radio. I bring this up because, Mike Roth, he's back. He's joining us, and we're thrilled to have him, as we always are. We're talking about running on less. We're talking about the Run on Less program. We're talking about the messy middle, all of those great things. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome back. I'm beginning to feel like you're a regular segment here. Oh, wait, you are. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm not after you guys' jobs. Don't worry about it.
Oh, and by the way, you'd be terrific at it. So I would feel as if our listeners and friends out there would be in good hands. We're going to continue to talk about this. We got a chance this week to kind of give the 30,000-foot view of what Run on Less is, of what the messy middle is, and we continue that conversation by heading over to our friends at Frito-Lay with a little bit of biodiesel. Correct? Let's kind of dig in and just kind of talk about them.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, how cool was it about a month ago where I'm standing in Topeka, Kansas, watching 120 tractor trailers full of snacks, all those things we love, leave the manufacturing to head out to the stores all across the Midwest. So, it's just kind of fun. I wanted to stop one, take it home, park it outside my house, and just eat it all.
And be like, I never have to go to the convenience store ever again. There are so many things I have just saved myself. This is a big operation, man. We're talking 22,000 vehicles here. I mean, this is a big project, right?
Yeah, I don't know how many places or manufacturing plants, let's call it, that Frito-Lay has across the United States or Canada, but it's a bunch, but they are big. And so I've been to Modesto, California, and this one in Topeka, Kansas, I think a couple others, and they're just massive. So the trucks that haul those chips, they have some that leave the plant and just go around the local communities and do deliveries, but the long haul tractor trailers, they fill up with, all those snacks and go really long distances. So this place in Topeka kind of serves most of the Midwest from Canada to Mexico. And I don't know how far east and west they go, but just a lot of trucks and trailers. So when, in 2021 and in 2023, Pepsi and Frito-Lay showcased their electric trucks and Run on Less, including the Tesla Semi last time. And so here in the Midwest, where they've got such long distances to go, sometimes they run teams, sometimes they do overnights with drivers in the tractors. Here they've chose predominantly to go with CNG and biodiesel. And biodiesel is a really interesting one. I mean, many people say, well, why do we even bother with battery electric? Why don't we just use renewable diesel and biodiesel and make it easy on us? Well, there's only so much what they call feedstocks for these two fuels, and biodiesel is a little less cost, a little less processing to make out of, whether it's oils, used cooking oils to soybeans and other things. And what I learned with the team there, and it's in our nice video that we put up this morning, is that when they harvest soybeans, about 50% goes to the livestock feeds and other purposes. And then the other 50% of these, like waste oils, let's call them, and a good bit of that traditionally was just thrown away. And so 20, 30 years ago, a lot of smart scientists and so forth came up with ways to turn that into fuel for trucks and into a diesel-like fuel. And so we've been mixing that 5, 10, 20% into regular petroleum diesel for, decades now. But, there's that old saying, not so fast, my friend, because, biodiesel can gel in cold weather and other things. And, really can't be a fuel that we traditionally thought could be more than maybe a 20% blend. But here they're doing it. So there's a add-on system that Frito-Lay puts on these highly efficient Volvo tractors. So the tractors are already, with light loaded chips, these tractors are already, might be a 10 mile per gallon kind of truck. But they're able to use a carbon-free fuel in biodiesel because they have both biodiesel and then they have a small tank of regular petroleum diesel on the truck. So it's a two-fuel system, but it only uses the conventional diesel to start the truck and to shut it down. So once that fuel gets up to, and the truck gets up to like 90 degrees temperature of the fuel, it shuts off the base diesel and pulls in 100% biodiesel that can run fine when it's up to temperature. So that's the secret sauce to what Frito-Lay is doing, and that accounts then for like 60-70% carbon-free operations. So you don't have the greenhouse gas effect of putting carbon in the air, and you're using, a U.S.-made fuel to move these chips.
This is, and Frito-Lay really, I want to kind of go to a 30,000-foot view of Frito-Lay here really quickly. They really are the messy middle. I mean, we're talking CNG. We're talking electric. They literally are trying everything. The scope and size of their operation and the fact that they do short runs and long runs, regional stuff. They literally are uniquely positioned to year in and year out work something new in or focus on something new, and this must in many ways make them a great laboratory for what is next as you guys attempt to run on less, right?
Much, but there's kind of two reasons for that. One is they are very sustainability conscious. So, they take ag products and so forth and turn them into drinks and snacks and so forth and so on. And they are very committed to doing that as green and clean and good for the planet as possible. It's obvious when you talk to them or look on their website. And then the second reason they're looking at all these technologies is that their transportation, their trucking is very, very diverse, incredibly diverse. So, the sodas and waters and energy drinks and all of that are very heavy. So, they got one layer of pallets in each of those trailers, and they get right up to the 80,000 pounds. I've seen them literally take a few cases of Mountain Dew off of a truck to get down to the weight, but right at the maximum weight. And then on the other hand is these chips and snacks. So they end up being you're exactly right, a model for the messy middle, because most all of these technologies we're talking about and evidenced in the run can be applied at part of their business. Maybe not in Pepsi and beverages, maybe not in snacks, but in one or the other.
Okay, so let's talk about the drivers. We always do. Mike Roth joins us this morning. Of course, go to NACFE.org, go to runonless.com, where you can find the participants in this messy middle. Talk to me about the driver's experience, the ones you got a chance to talk to. You guys must have given the fact of how many times they participated, you must have a real sense of how the drivers, and they're also set up for this. These men and women know that they're going to be doing this kind of stuff, and so they're always waiting for the latest technology as well. And I talk too long. Go ahead.
Kind of. So, we've done 5 Run on Less events now over the last 7 years, and we've had everything from long haul diesel, regional haul, battery, et cetera, et cetera. So what we tend to find, my going in thought was that it would be the younger drivers that want this technology and are excited about it and so forth. But what we're actually seeing is older drivers. First of all, they're a bigger percentage of the overall, driver pool, but also many of these fleets will allow the senior drivers to pick their own truck, pick their routes. And it's just a part of being a senior driver at some of these fleets. And so then it becomes, okay, well, here's usually some seasoned drivers. This Frito-Lay driver's got 2 million miles. He's been driving for 25 years at Frito and 35 years in total. And I think what we've seen across the board with truck drivers is they're excited. The ones that we meet with, they're excited about helping the industry figure out something new. And they just, it's cool. It's interesting. They can brag about it with their kids and their golf buddies or their bar friends. And they all have sort of that. And that's interesting. This truck at Frito-Lay, I mean, it's still a diesel engine. It still has an automated manual transmission where it does have shift points. And so, unlike what we see when we talk to drivers with electric trucks that, have very low noise, very smooth operation. They're not going through all these gears to get out of the dock and out onto the highway. So it's different with the trucks that have the new technology but still have, the roar and the situation of all the moving parts with the diesel engine, fans coming on really loud, et cetera, et cetera. So, if we put next to each other, and you could go look at the two videos and watch, like, say, the Tesla semi video Saya driver that we published a couple weeks ago, and you watched what that driver said versus what this Frito-Lay driver said, it would be pretty much what I just said. It's exciting to operate the new trucks, get on the leading edge of the future. But the experience is vastly different. I mean, these battery electric trucks are, I truly believe after 40 years in the industry, I'll look back and say that is the biggest technology that brought more truckers into driving a truck because it's just so simple and almost car-like, although I'm stupid saying that.
Well,
cars aren't trucks. But.
Yeah, I mean, what it is, though, is that you actually are able to focus almost the job. The focus of the job becomes about the job itself rather than managing the piece of machinery at a level where, your arms might end up getting, ripped. You might get a gun show out of the fact of what we used to go on in the old days. But now you can kind of focus on making sure that you are actually so focused on the safety of everybody else on the road. That the smoothness of this drive is kind of remarkable. I've been in a couple of myself. Mike, we're out of time. I want to make sure you get in what you want to get in here, though. I'm telling people to go to runonless.com. What are you looking forward to from Frito-Lay in regards to when you guys have the big drive in September?
Yeah. Two things. One, a high mile per gallon. So regardless of whether you got conventional diesel, biodiesel, renewable diesel. These trucks can get outfitted with aerodynamics and rolling resistance, and you can really spec the engines and make choices to get really high MPG. So I'm expecting that, and of course we'll have people say, "Well, yeah, high MPG, you're hauling ships," but that helps with the number. But I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what that is, and then understanding, continuing to learn about this biodiesel. It's not the silver bullet, but it's definitely a fuel we can use in this messy middle to improve things. Frito is putting, biodiesel tanks, probably there by now when they were just concrete on the ground when I was there in July, but they're putting, private fueling on site for this biodiesel. And I'm excited to just continue to follow them and see how they're taking advantage of this fast, like right now.
Mike Roth, of course, is the executive director over at NACFE. Go to nacfe.org. But you can also, by the way, go to runonless.com. The messy middle is what we've been talking about. We'll keep talking about it. Mike, go have the best of weekends, my friend.
Yeah, good weekend to you guys, too.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a quick break here. Chris Orban is coming up on the other side of this. You can give us a call during that segment at 615-292-6366. Man, those go by fast. New format, lots of fun. Big hello out there to Ten Ring, Trucker Boast, and the Paranormal Pie Man. Lots of folks actually gathering over. I'll be dropping some other names here in just a bit. Hey guys, go to truckdown.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes? while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families. Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We are back in the second half of the first hour of Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack.
I've always thought those are the biggest tongue twisters to keep your brain kind of straight on that. The second half of the first hour, the second half of the third hour, all that kind of stuff always kind of, it's the kind of stuff you say reflexively. And then every once in a while you get halfway through a statement sometimes and you go, wait a minute, is that right? And then you just keep going and say, well, I hope it's right. We'll just kind of keep moving on, which is why sometimes when I make mistakes, I just keep going. And then Dre will be like, no, you had the wrong guess, the wrong time, the wrong thing. But you keep going because you got to power through it. Because if you spent the entire show thinking about what you're saying too much, you wouldn't say anything at all. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. I got to Truck Down at the end of that break. Didn't get a chance to squeeze them in. We want to give our shout out, as we always do, to truckdown.com. They serve 50 states. They serve 8 provinces. They've been doing that gig since 1997. What they do is they make sure that the people on the road have actual connections to maintenance providers. If you download that app, you'll know what we're talking about. Go to truckdown.com. We're broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios, where a whole bunch of folks are joining us on the chat over on YouTube. If you're on the Book of Face, good morning to you. Good to have you as well. And for all of our friends out there on Odyssey and iHeart and Live 365, people jumping in over at RadioNemo.com. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is my public service announcement here really quickly. Just want to kind of reach out to all you folks out there and ask you, many of you are already doing this. We discovered something just the other day. Dave on Monday and I were asked by Tara Garris, the Turtle, Breaker Back Talk, our friends from Breaker Back Talk, which means, of course, Tara. She got tired of it. People were like, where did y'all go? Is Dave dead? Did Dave retire? What happened? I don't know. Ooh, weird. Wonderful. I got it. We get it. Good. We decided to answer the question. We answered it as best we could, and in answering the question, we discovered that a lot of people had no idea we were here, which, of course, is one of those things when you launch a new platform. It's been less than 80 days that we have been doing this over here. And in doing that, what we have discovered is that a lot of our friends out there simply didn't know we were here. Many of them had given up on the previous platform. Many of them were listening to the previous platform, waiting for us to arrive. And we discovered that a lot of our friends didn't know we were out there. So I'm asking you, as the original members of Road Gang Radio Resistance, as the original members of Nemo Nation, we're asking you to do a little grassroots marketing for us. People like our good friend Scat Pack, people like our good friend Showtime, people like our good friend Trucker Bosun and Bruce Almighty and BB the King. All of you guys get out there. We'll amp up. We'll ramp up. We'll get more social media in place and more of the word out. But in many ways, you guys are our biggest supporters in regards to not just listening and contributing and giving us information. As our good friend Scat Pack pointed out, there has been a complete hold on all foreign visa drivers. A lot of folks are being told, shut it down, wrap it up. We got to take a long look at this. And of course, Todd Spencer talked about it yesterday on Trucking with OIDA. I'll let you know what that's all about in just a little bit here. It will be immediately after this show at 11 in the center. And Louis Pugh stopped by yesterday as well, too, to kind of give you guys a sense of how we got to non-domiciled CDLs, what that originally was conceived of as and what it has morphed into. People always find the loopholes. That's always what's going down, and that's always what's happening there. The thing is about it is the fact that it shouldn't take a moment like what happened in Florida. And don't forget, guys, as bad as the Florida situation was, they have sunshine laws, which means we knew a lot about who that guy was almost instantly. I do want to allow cooler heads to prevail here, too, because one of the things a lot of people don't understand that Dean and I were talking about yesterday, this was an anomaly in the sense that, this kind of stuff doesn't happen on a daily basis. But there are other incidents of this kind of poor driving. And it's why we brought Andy Polikoff of the CVTA on. There's some big stories out there floating out there now about more or less having tracked back where he got his CDL from. I can promise you that in that sorry, I got a little thrown there, guys. My apologies. I can promise you that CDL that was issued was really problematic. And Andy came on to kind of take care of that and kind of explain where that was coming from and the issues there. It's a conversation where you need to understand he is to blame. Mr. Singh is to blame. He holds ultimate guilt in that situation, but there's a lot of people who are responsible. Somebody let him across. Somebody put their imprimatur on him. And by the way, before you start saying government, this person, that person, this could all really stop. All those factories you hear about getting raided, somebody hired them. They knew the status of those people.
Yeah.
They knew who those people were. And there are other people who say, well, I got to compete. Do you? Maybe you could not hire those people and then turn in the people who are doing that. Here's the thing, guys. You can't be angry about something and say, I don't want to be a snitch or a tattletale. If you know somebody that's doing that, report them. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these people would go home if they had no job.
Yeah.
A lot of these people would go home if they had no job. A lot of these people would actually pack up and leave. Not all of them, but a lot of them would call it a day. A lot of people are guilty. What is it? Well, a few people are guilty, and a lot of people are responsible.
Ah.
I always made that. And who is responsible? We are.
Yep.
We're responsible because we complain about it, but we turn the other cheek. We complain about it, but we look in the other direction. We say nothing can be done about this. But in fact, this will continue to happen as long as people give them CDLs and as long as people hire them. At the end of the day, he's responsible for the event that happened in Florida. He's responsible for that U-turn. He should be blamed for that, and that resides with him and him alone. But somebody put him behind that wheel, and somebody gave him a sheet of paper that said he could do that, and somebody looked the other way when he came in here, and that is that. So, like I said, we can target these guys as much as we want. At the end of the day, until we stop the pipeline, this will continue. Who do I got on the phone?
Well, I got two things. Can I jump in real quick and just say those two things?
Yeah.
615-292-NEMO. The lines are open, and Jody is here. But before we get to Jody, I think we're going to have to do a little bit of a rescheduling because we had a little mix-up. But is it okay if we get Chris Corbin in at 8:30? Is that possible?
Chris Orban?
Orban, not Corbin. That's a singer.
Yeah, Chris Corbin. Can we get Chris Corbin?
I'll make it happen.
I love both of them, by the way.
I
love both of them. So we want to give the shot. We want to give a shot at the title to our friend Chris at 8:30.
Yeah,
totally doable. We got a little space there. We can
Sweet.
make that happen.
He's going to be in here, but right now we got Jody. Come on down.
What's going on, Jody?
What's going on? You doing all right?
I got a little fired up, so I lost my thread there. But yeah, I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. How you doing?
Hey, usual, no complaints, just doing my thing, trying to make $1 so I can spend $2,
Oh
the
man,
American dream.
that's that's me right there. You know what I'm saying? It was laugh now so you can pay later. I mean that's it.
Yeah. All right. Now I got a question for you. I heard what you were talking about, obviously, and the licenses and all this other stuff, and I'm pretty sure you know who I'm leased on with. Now, with that being said, they have a lot of drivers over here that don't speak English. Me personally, I had to call our maintenance department twice because they walked up to me and their truck had broken down. And luckily, I figured out what they were trying to say. So I had to call our maintenance department to tell them that this truck or these trucks were broke down and where they were at and what I thought the problem was. And when they asked me, well, why are you calling for this truck? Well, because he doesn't speak English, or they didn't speak English. So with everything being said and done, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I call somebody and tell them about this? Because I'm with a major carrier. Or do I just keep my pie hole shut? You know what I'm saying? Because now when you look at the bottom line, especially when I found out about what the training really is over here now, when I'm talking to a trainer and they're like, oh yeah, from the time they come in to the time they leave is 3 weeks. Run that by me one more time. So it's kind of a catch-22. You know what I'm saying? So figured I'd just put that out there for you.
No, and let me make this really clear too, Jody. And by the way, I totally dig what you're saying, and it really points to. And by the way, this is something so crucial because the thing is, it's about more than just courage. Because plenty of us have courage, but often we make a decision, and it's not just about our livelihood, but it's about the well-being of the people that we love. And there is a sense, Jody, when you're the littlest person, I don't mean the littlest person in regards to spirit or character or stature, but what I mean is when you're the littlest person in regards to power, you say, why am I the one that has to stand up and do something about this? And I am wondering, this is a place where government can actually help, because the idea of setting up a hotline of like, hey, just take a look at this, guys. Just take a look at what's going on here without putting yourself in harm's way, because if you get too involved, do you jeopardize your own job? I mean, that's what, in many ways, that's how this complicity of silence works in this situation, if you dig where I'm coming from. And I dig where you're coming from, too. Why should I, when nobody else is doing a damn thing, do anything, particularly when it jeopardizes my ability not just to make a living, but to actually make a life for all the people that I love as well? Am I kind of getting that right?
Oh, exactly. Because the bottom line is that there's millions of us drivers out here every day that all of us drivers are responsible for. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, do you pull the pin out of the bucket right now, or? And I have asked. I said, well, what are you guys going to do when all these drivers start getting pulled over and they don't speak English? Well, we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. But yet you're going to send us messages every day to do your best to make sure that we keep a low, CSA score. Well, okay, but you're not doing your best to keep a low CSA score because you're putting drivers out here that don't understand road signs.
No, I mean,
you understand what
no, I totally get it. The idea that you're simultaneously pressuring your quality drivers to keep your CSA score as high as you possibly can, while then undercutting those very same drivers by bringing on people who can't, speak the King's English, who were trained in the most blitzkrieg of fashions, and it really comes down to the same thing. Look, the other way. Yesterday was important, both with Trucking with Elida, the conversation with Todd Spencer that Ashley and Scott had, and also the conversation I had with Louis Pugh, is the fact that one of the reasons why associations exist is that you can go to your association and let them know what's going on out there. I mean, part of the reason Elida got involved, make this really clear, guys, Louis Pugh and Todd Spencer didn't just one day go, hey, you know what? I think we should talk about non-domicile today. We should really get into that. What happened was, and so Star Driver is saying, our good friend Star Driver, who goes by another name, so Florida, Texas, U.S. drivers see this every day from these drivers. By the way, that same driver went over a 6-ton bridge in Arkansas. And what is really crucial here is that not pressure, but information was delivered to Louis and Rod and Todd and our friend Colin and all those guys. And so they were able, armed with that information, both comments made to Fighting for Truckers, comments made on some of the federal comment periods, to say this stuff, which is what caused the eyes to turn that way. This is one of those places where you can put yourself in a position, Jody, so that you can go to people and say, look, I can't come out and say this, because if I say it, I could cost myself my job, I could get myself in hot water. But what you can do is you can go to your organizations, and even if you're not a member of those organizations, you can go to them and say, look, I just want to let you guys know, if you can do anything about this, you should. But my belief, Jody, and I'm not kidding, like I said, the man who did what he did deserves everything he gets after being, tried. That being said, somebody hired him. Somebody gave him a CDL, and somebody trained him and said, he's good to go. And those people, if we start holding those people accountable, I've always said we can fix a lot of immigration problems by holding the hirers and the employers accountable as much as we make a big theatrical show about taking care of those who should not be here. If that any of that makes sense, I hope it does. But that's kind of my take on it.
Well, no, it makes all perfect sense. And the thing is, though, and I thought about it yesterday when I was listening to everybody talk. It wasn't just his nationality that did something stupid. He did something stupid as an individual.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's it.
Well, with that being said, I've seen plenty of people, Mexican, black, white, Chinese, whatever, do plenty of stupid stuff out here in a truck. I'm sure in the day I've done stupid things because I thought that I was untouchable. When everybody's blaming a certain nationality, it's because they're Indian or because they're Mexican, they're doing all this stupid. No, that's an individual choice.
That was
That's
Dean's
not a
point.
nationality choice.
That was Dean's point yesterday. And by the way, there is and now you probably have figured out that once a month the Punjabi Trucking Association comes here, and the first thing he said when Dave was asking about what they need to get out there and enforce, if you noticed, Dylan Singh, he came out and said it point blank. He said it point blank. He said, we've got to make sure we enforce this English-speaking requirement. Very clear. I want to make people very clear on this. This is about people who are here legally and have learned to speak proficient English, doing their jobs, and stopping those who are doing none of the above and sticking it to them and the people that hire them. It's the only way we go about improving this industry. And, Ten Ring actually points out that whistleblower laws would protect you if you went to the DOT and told them what's happening. Ten Ring, I think part of the problem there, though, is a lot of people have been told so much not to trust government that they don't want to go in that direction either. But, guys, you've got to figure out where you can go if you, in fact, have information to take care of this and not put yourself and the people you love in harm's way, because we're not at that point yet. We're not at that danger point where you've got to make decisions based on what I call almost reckless courage. But we've got to figure out some way to step up and let people know what's going on and what's unfolding over here. That's it. What else you got going on, Jody? What's the weekend look like, or when is the weekend is the better question.
Actually, it's not really a weekend. I did my little short haul for today. I'm done. Here in about 30 seconds, I'm going to be parked. And then it's going to be just a nice, relaxing day, and then do my short hauls, for Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'll still be going back to the house every night over here in Florida, but, I won't have time to go hit beaches or nothing like that like I will today. So,
okay.
It is what it is. Work comes first. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, my friend. Well, I want you to be safe out there. I want you to keep us in the loop as you always do. Thanks for continuing to ride with us. I appreciate you.
Oh, always, and thanks for letting me bend your ear, because I'm really confused. And after what I see, I think I don't mean to keep you. I think it's because they're so big, they think that they can't be touched. And it's really beginning to irritate the living crap right out of me.
Yeah, that's it. It's,
I know we're on a different format, but I'm still not going to use bad language just because you never know who's listening. I don't want to offend anybody.
At the end of the day, we don't have to censor ourselves so much, but I appreciate you remembering that it is the morning and maybe one or two kids are actually sitting in a cab or sitting in a car someplace enjoying themselves on the iHeart. Thank you, Jody. It's always good to hear from you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You guys have a good weekend. You, Dre, Tara, Madison, everybody, Dave, Lindsay, everybody have a great weekend. Be safe, and we'll be tuning in, and we'll talk to you Monday.
We'll talk to you on Monday. Big thanks to our good friend Jody. By the way, if you want to look cool at the next celebration, you should really go to shadyrays.com. They got a great lost and broken protection program. They got great customer service, and at shadyrays.com, they got you back. Speaking of celebrations, you might want to be an angel today and buy your friends a pecan torch while sharing a bit of folklore with them. That's right. It is Be an Angel Day. That's right. It is Pecan Torch Day. What the heck is – how did they get a day?
I don't know.
But pecan tort really is good, though.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, that's some good stuff. You know what pecan tort is? It's really dense pecan pie.
Ah, okay, I'll take it.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean, let's stop screwing. It's all the same stuff. Just it's kind of like Mexican food where it's all the same stuff. It's just made a little different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's Dave's five ingredient kind of combinations kind of playing through. It's also Folklore Day. We got one more phone call coming in. Who do I got?
Well, we got two. Let's see if we can put them in. But, man, you know what also Shady Rays are good for and where they're good to wear?
Where's that?
At Showtime. Hey, Showtime.
Hey,
How you
Showtime.
doing?
What's going on, brother? Good to have you.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
We're doing good, actually. Welcome back to the party, pal. What's going on?
Yeah,
welcome.
Well, I've been busy with some stuff. So, you know what I'm seeing right now?
What's that?
A lot of people now, commenting on this, doing things, posting stuff up that in my mind would never be talking about trucking industry. It's becoming so bad that these people are now getting involved.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
because it's stuff that we've been complaining about for years that it's out of control, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's not a problem. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Well, how many more of these crashes do we have to see happen before somebody finally does something? And I have a question for Jody. I know he's worried, trying to figure out what to do in his situation, but here's my question. Do you not say anything, and then when those guys cause a huge crash and your company gets sued out of business and everyone loses their jobs, do you wait till then? If they're doing that, that company should be investigated for it, because that's the problem. If they allow it, a big carrier, there you go. That's not helping our problem.
I'm going to say something, and it's not going to get into anything in regards to the past, but I've always thought that the biggest problem with the 2008-2009 financial crisis wasn't the crisis itself, was that the actors who perpetrated it didn't go to jail. And I mean the big players. Yeah. That there's certain people, and there's certain people too where it should have been like, even people who didn't do anything illegal, there should have been deals as you get this bailout, you never work in this industry again. You straighten your books and you go away and you never come back. Technically, you did nothing illegal. The 6 people under you did, but you have to sign an agreement that you never work in this industry again. You're going to be happy. You're going to have to be happy with the $100 million that's already in your bank. You're lucky to get out of this in one piece. And I'm telling you something. That's what they did in the 30s with the bank reform in the 30s. There were people who were basically chased from the industry, chased from the stock market, chased from the banks. And I feel like, to some degree, if they started doing this with immigration, not going after just the people who are coming in, because that's really fun and sexy and looks cool, roll-ups and all that kind of stuff. But imagine if the companies that are hiring these people on a mass scale were told, that's it, party's over, you're done. Everybody else would go. Yeah. You only got to make an example of one, right, Showtime?
Right. Well, and here's the thing. I see people online go, well, go after the company. I go, here's the real truth about these companies. They've already closed their doors, and they're already going to reopen under another relative's name in a week. So I said, you guys have no idea how bad this is.
Yeah, and you tell people.
You guys think they'll go after him? I says, and they'll go, oh, we'll go after him, and they'll take him to court. I go, you know what they'll get? They'll get their $750,000 liability, and that's it, because the companies have nothing else. That's all those people will get.
Yeah, and the trick is not, and that's the problem. The idea that it's like is a corporation a person, or is a corporation something that is designed the corporate shield to protect? And I think the best way to do it is to actually target the people who run those companies, not the company. Is to actually go after the people who did it and say, here's the deal. You may actually not even be, quote unquote, guilty of anything because you were looking the other way. The only way you get out of this without going to jail is if you agree to never be in this industry again. And I think you, and by the way, your family has to sign that agreement. That's not an uncommon thing where people are told for running scam operations, nobody you're related to, none of your business associates can be involved in this kind of stuff. And it's draconian and it's powerful. And people say, well, that's not fair. It's like, neither was what you were doing, but here we are. I've always had a problem with the financial crisis. Like I said, they got the book straightened out to a large degree, and it would have been fine. I would have been behind all of that stuff, but too many of the same players are still in the game. And it's like the same people that caused that are now still around, and it makes me nuts.
Well, and look at this. Back when, what was it, Fannie Mae and them, when they went bankrupt and the government had to bail them out, and then all the people in charge got bonuses. Everybody's like, why did they get a bonus? Well, that's just what you do when that happens. It's like, no, you don't. When they screw up, you fire them and ban them from the industry.
You ban them from the industry.
Screwed up that bad.
You tell them you're out.
A bonus for screwing up?
Yeah, you're out. You're out. It's the best way. It's even better than jail sometimes. You're out. You're out.
Yeah.
There was a guy in Louisiana. He basically was given a pardon because he screwed around with hospitals in the state of Louisiana. He was given a pardon because it turned out that he was unfairly targeted, even though he was a shady character. And the pardon came with the agreement that he never work in the hospital industry, medical industry ever again. He took the deal. And he lived a very quiet, modest life after that. But it sent a real big lesson to a lot of people about screwing around that way in there. And that's what you do. That's how you handle it. Right. Showtime, I got one more phone call I got to get to here quickly. It's great to hear you back. Be safe out there, okay?
All right, everybody be careful out there and have a good weekend.
Thank you, sir. Good to hear from Dre. I got one more phone call. Who do I got? Who's calling in? Pack Rat, you got about 2 minutes, but you're always welcome to call back when Chris Orban arrives here at 8:30. What's going on?
Hey, man. Just the same old, same old. I just wanted your thoughts here. The Patriots. You know, they threw Mayo under the bus. They brought in Vrabel, and they brought back Josh McDaniels. They got an offensive tackle that they're after in the draft, Campbell. So what do you think?
11 wins.
Is with the Patriots.
Here's my prognosis:
Sorry?
11 wins. They're going to get 11 wins.
You think so?
I think they got 11 wins in him. He's
much of an improvement.
He's a terrific culture. He's a terrific culture coach. McDaniels is a terrible head coach, but he's a really good offensive coordinator. And Drake May was already pretty darn good last year. And now that he's got some discipline around him and a real culture around him, they could be looking. And I don't care, as you well know. Have no love for the Patriots, no dislike for them either. 11 wins. That's what I'm guessing. By the way, here's a little thing about the Saints. I know you like it when I talk about my Saints. Watch the game. Okay. Watch the game. Watch the first quarter. So Spencer Rattler is the starter. Okay.
Yes.
Spencer Rattler is the starter. If, in fact, when he comes out of the game, if Shuck goes onto the field and the first team is still with him, then the quarterback situation is not resolved. If Shuck takes the field and the second team goes out there with him, Spencer Rattler is your opening day starter. Although they might go out and get Jameis Winston, it's a good way to look at it. If they give Shuck reps with the first team, then it means that Kellen Moore hasn't made up his mind yet, and we're still going to say we're still going to see how that plays out. What does your weekend look like? What are you doing?
I'm headed for the other side of Chicago there at Carroll Stream to do to unload, and then hopefully get a reload. Be back probably back sometime tomorrow afternoon.
You are welcome to call back at 8:30 when Chris Orban gets here. We'd love to hear from you, Pack Rat. Thank you for the phone call. We got to take this quick break. Terry Taylor is coming up for Terry's Terrifically Terrifying Toys. You guys are welcome to call during that segment as well at 615-292-6366 on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday. Like I said, man, Showtime looks good in them. You can look good in them too. ShadyRays.com. They've got your back. I don't know if Showtime owns those, but this sounds cool to say that. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Well, it is that time to get a tad bit terrifying, Jimmy, on Road Gang Radio, live from Degas House. Maybe talk about how we might do a seance here soon?
Yeah, by the way, Lisa Morton was on just a couple of days ago talking about setting up the accoutrement to do, that's not even a word. I'm just making stuff up as I go along. Setting up the accoutrement to do a seance over here at the Degas House. Maybe call upon the spirit of Edgar Degas. Before we get to Terry Taylor, by the way, speaking of terrifying, police are still searching for a motorist who fired multiple shots into the air and into the cab of a semi-truck during a construction road rage incident. I don't know what else you would describe that as. Here's the thing, man. Unless it's a mob hit, that's road rage, dude. I'm not happy. Gunshots in the air! Gunshots in your cab! The incident happened about 1:20 a.m. on the 21st on Interstate 84, eastbound near Bloomington Grove Township, Pennsylvania. According to 2822 News, the tractor-trailer was traveling in the construction zone along I-84 near Gray Toyota Matrix when a car passed the semi-truck in the left lane while firing 3 shots into the air. Okay, that's bad enough. What's worse than that, the suspect then fired 3 or 4 more shots directly at the semi before taking the Matamoras exit. No one was hurt during the incident. By the way, if somebody had been hurt, that would be much bigger news. Police are still searching for that suspect in the construction zone road rage incident. The car is described as having a bike rack and damage to the passenger side. Anyone with of course, damage to the passenger side. Anyone with information on the incident is asked to contact the Pennsylvania State Patrol of Blooming Grove. That is the Pennsylvania State Patrol of Blooming Grove. I didn't get a chance to ride my bike. You die. That's terrifying. What is terrifying in a terrific way, though, is Terry Taylor of 1313 Mockingbird Toys. It is great to have him. The man from Lawrence, Kansas arrives on the scene because it is Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday, and we thought we'd have a little bit of fun. You guys are welcome to give us a call if you've got questions about collectibles, questions about cool and groovy, what I call 1970s basement stuff. And I mean the kind of fun basements, not the kind of basements, that people like Terry and I like to watch movies about. Hey, man, how you doing?
Good. How you doing? That was a great intro.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, great intros are because you have great people on listening and taking the ride with you. My friend, my brother, I don't know if you've seen it yet, and I've been really recommending this to our listeners as well. Have you seen Weapons yet?
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah. We saw Together and Weapons the same week.
Oh, I did too. I saw Eddington, Together, and Weapons all in like a 7 or 8 day period. Man, I am intoxicated on highbrow horror right now. I'm so happy.
I need to see Eddington. I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah, and by the way, the joke I make about Eddington is it's the monsters are due on Maple Street. You just remove the monsters entirely and make it just about people being bungholes in America. It's great. It's great.
Yeah, I heard the tension is really a builder, especially in like the third part of it.
Yeah, and what's really clever about it too, Terry, when you see it, I can't wait for you to see it, and a lot of our friends out there who kind of live in that world, because the world that our friends are driving trucks in right now, they deal with a lot of that world. And what's really cool about it is for the first 20 minutes, he's right. Does that make sense? For the first 20 minutes of that movie, Joaquin Phoenix's character is unconditionally right.
Yep.
Except it goes further and further and further. It's like basically getting sideswiped. You're right. You're in the right, and then all of a sudden you pull out a pistol and you open fire on the semi. That's makes you wrong. That makes you wrong.
Wow.
Okay. What did you think of Weapons?
Oh, I loved it. I thought it was a cross between Barbarian, which makes sense because it's the same director, a movie called It Follows, which is a really cool indie movie. It came out, gosh, I don't know, eight years ago. But I felt like it was Barbarian crossed with It Follows, and then a Tarantino splash of how they narrated it.
And a little bit of Paul Thomas Anderson too, because he said that he actually used Magnolia as an inspiration as well too, which was really cool.
I can actually see that, especially with some of the dry humor.
Yeah.
Especially in the end.
Oh yeah, and by the way, have you ever in your life been? And I'm really recommending this to the people out there. And by the way, it is making gobs of money. It is breaking all kinds of records, and I don't just mean by inflation. It is doing extraordinarily well because it's a water cooler movie. It's a word of mouth movie. I really hope our friends, many of whom, when they have time off, they have real time off. But I hope they find some place to go and see it because it might have one of the greatest WTF endings of all time.
Yes.
All time.
And the what you would call the villain, the antagonist, whomever, Gladys that's in the film, I just absolutely adore on TikTok, which I'm not a big TikTok watcher, but my wife is. But she's always like, "Oh, you need to see this. Oh, you need to see this." But man, the memes and the skits people are doing with that character are gut-shakingly funny. Everyone is dressing up like Gladys and doing their impersonations or doing Gladys in everyday situations. And it is, I mean, most of the time I'm kind of down on the internet a little bit, but this is definitely one of those things that it's like, all right, the internet, you're pulling through today.
You know what else is really cool about the movie? Once again, something that a lot of our friends out there can relate to that I just really enjoyed was the fact that, he keeps on promising, he keeps on, I guess, doing fake outs where this movie is really about school shootings. This movie is about child trafficking. This movie is nope. And what I love is the reason why all those things come up, Terry, and I've had to think about it a lot. And boy, this will land with our listeners. And why we do our show, why I bring you on, why we talk all the time, is the fact that it's a movie about how nobody is talking to each other. That you have literally neighbors who aren't talking to each other, that nobody knows anybody, that nobody has any connection, that there is no human contact in it. That, there's a scene where one character whose child has disappeared goes to another group of people whose child have disappeared, and they barely know each other.
Yeah, I thought that was really crazy because he's like, I'm, John's father, and they're like, okay.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we know who you are. So what? They have no connection to him, and the whole community is not connected, which is the only way that this can happen. That's the thing is, if the community actually was connected and talking and loving each other and trying to get to know each other, but they're not, and this is why it happens. Okay, I got you totally off on a sidetrack there. How's business going? What's going on with you?
Oh, well, we're just getting ready for, even though it's not till October, we're getting ready for a Halloween pop-up, which we started building for in June, and that's been pretty much consuming. August is kind of a low month for us. It just, for whatever reason, every year.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America, Terry. I mean, that's just it.
So it's a good time for us to be building. And I mean, my wife, Liz, who I always try and drag on the show, but she's radio shy. She's the one building most of it. And we do this pop-up. We started it last year, a pop-up. We call it a bar, but it's all ages, kid-friendly. Halloween pop-up bar where each booth is a different, like the place we do it at, Lucia in Lawrence, they have just general booths, that are like shoulder level. You sit in, your head sticks above the booth, whatever. They let us build walls on each booth, so we zip them in to the booth, so you have a full wall in between you and the other customers. But then we build whatever movie, like we have a Friday the 13th, a Nosferatu, a Blair Witch Project booth, and then you're surrounded by every like things pertaining to the movie. And then the front entrance, at least last year, was all Beetlejuice. And then on the weekends, we had a Beetlejuice cosplayer that would come and take pictures with everybody. And he'd also like run down the street and drum up business. The guy, Sean, that does it for us is he's a same age as me. He's 52, but he's a theater kid. So he loves acting. And so this year, we're switching it up where the front area where you would do photo booth, where you walk in and do your reservations, is all going to be Nightmare on Elm Street. So Liz and our friend Ken have been building this like 8-foot Freddy worm, if you remember from Nightmare on Elm Street, where he's the huge worm engulfing. I can't remember the male or female, but
if I remember,
I know.
What are you saying to me, Terry? Of course I remember. Of course I remember.
Well,
I'll never forget.
my memory isn't what it used to be, so I assume that was a lot.
No,
of
Terry, you're just making room in that vast space for more things. It's like having a storage space. Sometimes you get rid of stuff. It might have nostalgic importance to you, but there's more important stuff to go.
Yeah,
Terry, I wanted to go back. And this is actually going to tie into what you're talking about, but I wanted to go back here because one of the things that we have discovered in talking to you that has been invaluable is you're a small business owner. And you said something really cool that I think a lot of people, a lot of our drivers out there often think about moving from a carrier to becoming independent operators, small businessmen and women behind the wheel of their cab. You mentioned that August is a really slow period for you. So it sounds like that you use August knowing that to get ready for this. Let me ask you, because you said you've been thinking about this in July. Can you talk about, as a small business owner, how far ahead you plan in regards to months? I mean, I know you've fallen into a pattern here, which allows you a certain regularity, but how do you target the down times in your register ringing to then maximize it for taking care of business?
Once you've been doing a business for a certain amount of time, which our brick and mortar store has been around for almost 8 years now. So you go through, excluding weird things like a pandemic, you take a normal, like you wait, 1 to 3 regular quote unquote business years. And for me, I analyze the data and I go through, okay, January is always a sucky month because everybody, has spent all their money and have credit card debt and everything from having Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, bam, 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 3 holidays where everyone's traveling, buying gifts, whatever. So January, you learn like, oh, well, taxes aren't due till April, but since you're going to have a slow month, which every business I've ever talked to in the history of at least retail, January into February is awful. We use it. We do our inventory. We get all our receipts ready for our accountant. We still do things that need to be done that maybe aren't things we're looking forward to, but it's a good time to do it because you're not really getting a lot of traffic walking in the front door. So you kind of learn patterns of ups and downs of sale history, and then you plan ahead accordingly. Like when we have slow months that we learn historically are slow, which January into February, usually July, August, and a lot of people think that's because we're in a college town and the college kids leave, but honestly, the college kids don't pay a lot of attention to our funky little store. I think it's mostly because people are like, hey, I can take my kids to Disney World. I can go camping. I can just take a couple weeks off and not leave the house, or whatever. So I use those months where I know I'm going to be slow to plan for things like our Halloween pop-up, we do National Autobot Day and is in October, so we do a huge 50% off all Transformers sale in October, but it takes a little bit of work because I have a whole section of Transformers in our warehouse, so I have to go and sort through about which ones I have duplicates of or ones that I can afford to get rid of at 50%. And so I go through and I make the best I can to plan ahead for events I have every year. Like we're going to do the Halloween pop-up. We're going to do a Transformers sale. We're going to do a Star Wars May the 4th sale. We're going to do our Krampus event in December. And you utilize downtime to plan for the big ticket events that will make up that revenue that maybe you lost during the slow months. So we've got it down. We've got it down to kind of an art now.
Yeah, and by the way, just to kind of point out, a lot of our friends out there in trucking land can certainly relate. Listen to this, guys. Inventory and taxes are January to February, and planning the pop-ups and the displays and the special offers happens in July and August. And by the way, let me tell you something right now, because there is a carrier who was a big sponsor of ours who we are going to be onboarding sooner rather than later. We talk all the time about how he spends a good part of the last part of August and September looking at the schedules of his employees to kind of make sure that they are where they want to be at Christmas. He's already planning to make sure who he knows he's going to be able to have on the road right around holiday time. So, and what he does is the focus is he asks every single employee, where do you want to be at Christmas? Because as you know, there are people who celebrate Christmas a week earlier because they know they're going to be on the road, you know, and all of that kind of stuff plays into it. And like I said, I think it's really invaluable for our listeners to understand. It also sets this up as well, because now we're in August and we're planning a pop-up. And my good friend Phone Master Dre just bought me a little piece of cheese and a big cup of coffee, so I'm in a good mood. But really kind of talk about this quickly. So you're planning the pop-up. Do you guys now, having done this so much, do you have like a work schedule that or do you just know it so well you just know how to do it? Or do you have like a spreadsheet of do this, do this, do this, do that? And what does it look like? Let's get to the fun part. You know?
So last year, since it was our first year, we went into it full official. We had a friend of ours who's an accountant do a spreadsheet. She didn't really handle the numbers per se, but she's really good at scheduling and timing out. And since we had never done the pop-up before, we had we get together for the pop-up, and we have last year we probably had about 6 meetings where because we have volunteers that come help us to get together and meet. This year we've only had 2, and we'll probably have 1 more before it opens. Just because we're spending more time building, and we kind of learned from a lot of our mistakes last year. But last year we were like, okay, we're meeting on Mondays. We have our Excel spreadsheet that we put what we got done, what is our goal for the week. And we just learned, and I'm sure it's like anyone who does construction or housing or whatever, so many things happen that you are like, squirrel. You're like, okay, I am building this Nosferatu booth right here, and and then Michael that's over there is like, hey, I can't get this Evil Dead chainsaw to mount here. So then you stop Nosferatu booth, you go help Michael all day with the Evil Dead booth that he was supposed to be doing on his own. No fault to his, just some things are just dual or triple hands on deck. So now Nosferatu booth is completely off schedule. So we learned it was really hard to have a schedule when you're constructing things, because also one thing, the way our booths are laid up, like it's walls in between each booth. So there's like artwork or masks or whatever mounted on each side. And so it's like symbiotic. One side can affect the other depending on what apparatus you're mounting. And so this year we haven't really done a breakdown of like a timing schedule. We just have specific days of the week that we do the construction of the building. And once we get there, we just say, hey, this is what our goal is for today. We want to get this X done, and we try and not deviate from that, because it seems like that's kind of what happened last year. But it's tough because we're building a lot bigger things this year. And I think we're definitely going to be a lot more under the wire. Even though we started in June, we're being a little more ambitious about the build. So the good thing is even if we fall short on what we're building this year, we still have all the stuff we had from last year. So if we can't get all the Nightmare on Elm Street stuff done we have a good amount of other stuff to kind of fill the gaps and give us a little breathing room so we don't have to completely stress out about filling every little hole, and we're only changing maybe 30% of what we did last year, because
that's a good number.
Waste all the time and energy.
That's a good number, by the way. That is actually a really good number. And by the way, that has a lot to do with radio programming as well. It has a lot to do with truck driving a small business as well, too, because you want to have a basic set of core things that you do really well and make them what I call the super majority of that. So, 70% of stuff is stuff that people are used to seeing. It's the old trick. If you want to have anything new in your world, you need to make sure that you wrap around it a lot of what is old, familiar, and makes people kind of rely on you to give them the stuff that they're looking for. So it's like they always have this amazing thing here, but then they've got some new stuff as well too.
Yep.
And that's so important in regards to patterns, and in regards to if you're hauling freight, if you're an independent operator. It's really important to have your core set of things that you do, but you should always be looking at new stuff to kind of on board to, say maybe there's some growth there. Maybe we get some more interest. Maybe we bring more new people in. Maybe there's more new money to be made. Terry Taylor, of course, is joining us of 1313 Mockingbird Toys. Somehow We've actually figured out a pattern here. We talk about cool stuff while at the same time talking about how to run a small business, which so many of our listeners do. You guys can give Terry a call at 615-292-6366. Find the connections. Find your imagination simultaneously. We'd love to hear from you. Terry, I also noticed something else too. Anytime, and maybe there is somebody named Michael, but I've noticed, when you're talking about a specific person, you use their name, but when you go to generic, you always use a serial killer's name. I don't know if you know that. A movie serial killer, slasher, you know what I'm saying? Image. I suddenly had this image, Terry, of a guy with a Michael Myers mask on building the platform.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I think after all the years, you know me pretty well.
We're kind of getting there. Okay, so let's kind of pivot here, as Lindsay would say. Pivot! Let's pivot here and talk a little bit about what is going on at the store right now. I know it's a slow time because that's just the way the industry and that is just the way the business cycle works. But what have you got new on the shelves? What are you looking at? What are you excited about that's coming your way?
Well, one of the funnest trade-ins I got was this amazing transformer, and I wish your listeners could actually see it. But a lot of transformers, they're like, depending on their size, there's called like Voyager class, Legacy class, Titan class, and then each class, they get a little bigger. They get a little bigger, but like the biggest one is a Titan, which is like maybe 18 inches, so it's not that big. Well, this company put out a transformer called Metroplex, which is the transformer Autobot that turns into a big city, and he also turns into a tank. Well, they put one out earlier this year, which I'd never ordered because it was $1,800, but the fans call it the divorce class because it's 4 foot tall. It's 4 foot, probably 4 foot by 3.5 feet wide. And it lights up, has changeable faces, all the fingertips light up, the chest, the lights, has 1 million guns on it. It's about 80 pounds. So yeah, it's called the quote unquote divorce class, but it is one of the most impressive transformers I've ever seen in my entire life. But I had a guy trade one of the divorce class, quote unquote, and he is going through a divorce, but the trade-in has nothing to do with the divorce. He just was like, you know what? But he's a very close customer of the store. So when he got it in February, he was sending me pictures of it he has 4 kids. He was sending it with like each kid showing the size comparison. And he was putting like BC Rich guitars on it. Like it can hold even though it's 4 foot tall, it can hold a human guitar and look normal. And so he had all these pictures, and then he messages me one day. He's like, hey, Metroplex is super fun. I just don't have anywhere to put this thing. And it's only fun if you can show it off. And he goes, I sent you 1 million pictures and some of my friends, and then it just kind of sits. And he said, are you interested in it for the store? And I was like, Jimmy, like, I will sell $300 of a bunch of stuff at one time to a customer, but a lot of people don't come in here and spend $300 to $500 on just one item, and this is an $1,800 item. So I told him, well, let me do some research on what I think I could sell for in my store, because just because something sells for $1,800 on eBay does not mean I'm going to put it in my brick and mortar.
You can't move it. You can't move it. That's the thing. Is the fact of the matter that eBay means the 300 million Americans and people over in India and Europe are all taking a look at it. Whereas if you've got it in a brick and mortar, you're relying on foot traffic or somebody who's just a wonderful weirdo being like, I only buy from Terry. That kind of thing.
I generally high dollar items in my store, unless it's something that I just don't care about it selling, which there is a few things like that. I generally mark you take like the average eBay price of a really expensive item, I'd knock about 25% off of
Right.
what the going to try and move it. So I tell him, like, let me do some research, see what I think I could sell it for in the store. And then he just shows up the next day with it. He's just like, here you go. And I'm like, oh man, I still don't know what I can offer you for it. He's like, don't care. And he's got a very good job. Money really isn't an issue to him.
No, because he bought a divorce model transformer.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
if money was an issue, then we know why he's getting a divorce. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
if he's buying that kind of thing and he's got money issues, he's got other problems that we got to talk about.
Yeah,
Intervention.
No, he's very good. His kids are priority. But he does like to spend. He does like to buy Daddy some gifts. He likes to take care of himself too. But it's been fun having this thing. It's behind the counter, obviously, but every customer that comes in has to see it. And I keep saying, like, because it's got this big metal credit card that weighs probably like a half pound, and you wave it in front of whatever spot on the transformer, and it activates a light. And then if you hit it a couple times with it, the lights do different things, and they pulsate and they fade on and off, and it's all these bells and whistles. So I'll show it to a customer. I'm like, dude. I'm like, yep, this is going to have to be the last time I show anyone this, because I don't want to kill the batteries, because I'm doing it like 30 times a day. And then the next person comes in and is like, holy moly, that's the biggest thing I've ever seen. And they're like, too bad it doesn't transform. Oh, it transforms. I can't transform it because it's like 80 pounds and it would take up so much space. But then I'm like, well, it does all these bells and whistles. So every day I say, like, yep, this is the last time I'm showing anyone the bells and whistles. But I think there's a guy from Chicago driving down this weekend to purchase it, is what I hope, at least. We're still working the deal out. I love it, but it's been here about 2 weeks, and I'm ready for Metroplex to go somewhere else so I can have my special order placed.
It's moving day, Metroplex. By the way, really quickly, we only got a moment here. So you told me it's Titan class, Legacy class, and before we get to divorce, what was the other one?
Oh, it's like Voyager, Legacy, Titan, Leader. I'm not doing them, honestly, in the correct order.
It doesn't matter. It all sounds like really obscure coffee orders. I'd like to get a Titan size. Can I get a Legacy size?
But a lot of it is what the official names would be called. But then the fandom has called this one Divorce Class.
I'm beginning to get an idea why, Terry, we are out of time. I want people to, can you believe that? It goes by fast. Talking about business stuff, it makes a big difference. And it's important to a lot of friends to understand that they are part of the greatest of all American capitalist traditions, and that is people carving out their own space and creating their own world and making their own business. More importantly, doing it while bringing people, a lot of kids of all ages, joys. 1313mockingbirdtoys.com. You can find them on Facebook at 1313 Mockingbird KS. That, of course, is for Lawrence, Kansas, where our friends reside. Instagram is 1313 Mockingbird KS and Mockingbird Lane Toys. They got their own tube of you. Terry, I'm going to get on your case. You need to cut a video telling people to subscribe to our channel. You've got to do that for me. You keep on promising. Promise me on the air. That way you're on the spot. Help me out.
I do promise. I just need the concise, exact bullet point info you want me to say, and I'll get it done.
All right, I will do that. I have your email and I have your number, brother. So we'll be talking
Awesome.
soon. Tell Liz we
All
said
right.
hello. Have fun setting up the pop-ups, okay?
All right, thanks, guys. See you later.
Terry Taylor, of course, appears once a month. Always on a freaky, feisty, and really flinty and fun Friday. He is the proprietor of 1313 Mockingbird Toys. We did a little hustling and chucking and jiving here, and we got Chris Orban coming up in studio here on Road Gang Radio, co-founder of Journey TMS and Connected Supply Chain Advocate. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
We are live from the Big Easy from the Degas house. Chris Orban knows this house pretty darn good. He's actually been to a party here. He's sat in with us before. Fastport, by the way, is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people. Registered apprenticeships, veteran readiness. You can find out all about it at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Don't forget, guys, we will be amping up our journeys and adventures with them as we head over to Chillicothe and Columbus before that to begin the process of transition trucking, driving for excellence. 12 great Americans this year, maybe 13. I can never remember how many they get nominated. That'll be whittled down to 3 or 4, and those 3 or 4 will go to Washington, D.C., where one of them will be the winner of a brand new T680 Kenworth truck, all the taxes paid, lots of other groovy stuff on top of that. As Brad says, it is an asset that can change a human being's life. And all of them, if you get a chance to go to fastport.com and read those bios, you'll meet some extraordinary people, some as extraordinary as you are. Thank you for taking the ride with us. You can call anytime. I wish more people would call during Terry, but I know a lot of you guys are listening. I don't see any listener drop off, but don't forget, Terry loves a good phone call. Chris, good morning to you, by the way. He's been in the industry for 20-plus years. He has spent his time focusing on safety and efficiency with technology and data. For those of you who really want to know his bona fides, he's the co-founder of Journey TMS. We could, every time you come on, I could go through your bio. We could talk about your classics degree. We'd be here for quite some time. That is, like I said, I have a degree in history. A lot of the drivers out there have degrees or have certifications from the military. Trucking is America, and it is so diverse. Chris Orban joins us again. It's good to see you, my friend.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. And again, to your point about the diversity and the knowledge in this industry, I'm so excited to be here because I always learn something anytime I get to talk transportation with smart people, and that's what you've got here and on your show.
I do this for the first couple of times somebody comes on. We're going to talk about Journey TMS here in just a second. I want you to give people a 30,000-foot view of that as well. Like I said, we've talked about it before. You can go to journeytms.com, find out more about them as well. But Terry was saying something in the last break, and Chris was on his way over here and then had to wait outside, probably missed this portion of the conversation. He was talking about, and man, the moment I explain to you what he said, you will know instantly how this connects to truckers. He was, they do a big pop-up display in downtown Lawrence and Halloween. I mean, I'm talking like 5, 6, 7, 8 booths, each one having their own theme for Halloween in the street. And they were planning it right now. They were actually working on building the booths and setting up the timetables for all of that. And he had made mention and he said it's much more complicated than this, that January, February is the time when he does his inventory and his taxes, and that July and August is when he plans his pop-ups and his displays and his events for the fall. What does that, I mean, there it is, right? I mean, there it is, that an owner-operator and a small business owner have to actually know what months are slow and not just simply accept the fact that they're slow, but figure out how they can best use their time productively to be ready when times get hectic, right?
You know, I think it's a great point, and so relevant to actually where we're sitting in New Orleans, where the summertime is our slowest time around
Shut
here.
it down.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
it's brutal.
It's pretty hot outside, for the record.
Yeah.
But also, you know, that's just that ebb and flow of conferences and things like that. And this is such a tourist town. You know, so much of our revenue at the city is derived from tourism. Becomes really a slow time. And so the word I wrote down and have now underlined twice here based on our conversation as I was walking in is uncertainty. So how do you plan for the future if you're not sure what's going to happen in the next, 2 weeks, let alone 3-4 months?
Right. And by the way, he actually talked about that last time he came on. He talked about the impact of tariffs. And guys, by the way, if you read Terry's magisterial is the only way to describe that post, he makes it really clear. He said, I'm not being political. He said, I don't want any of you guys to think, because there are people out there who are willing to ride out this storm because they would like more American manufacturing, they would like more onshoring. We understand that. It's the uncertainty that is killing a lot of small businesses right now. Now, there's some people who would argue, like I said, that the responsibility lies with the individual. And, you know, our mutual friend Dean talks about having that 2 to 3 month buffer in your budget.
Sure.
You know, and the thing is, when things go bad at first, you go, I got the 2 to 3 month buffer. It's amazing how that 3 month buffer can often turn into 12 days.
Well, again, especially as things change so rapidly and as costs increase and things like that. And just to play off of that, so not only is it this macro level of uncertainty, and again, I agree with you, like politics needs to come out of it. Like we are just in a situation where the more we know about the future, the more we can prepare, the more we can be ready, the more we can, you know, kind of align ourselves with what needs to be done. But I think about something I learned, in the first 2 or 3 months of working in safety in transportation, which is the least safe driver is the driver who doesn't know what's coming next. And I don't care if that's poorly signed road that doesn't tell you about construction or something, or, hey, I don't know if I'm going to have a job in the next 6 months because my company is struggling. So now I worry about that. And I think about, you know, feeding my family, and I think about whether I have to get another job. So that driver just becomes less safe the more things they have to consider. I mean, I've always talked a lot about humans should be doing what humans are good at, which, by the way, is driving trucks right now. And we should let the technology do what technology is good at, which is take some of that stress off them.
Yeah, and that's such an important thing. So Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie, who OBAC.ca, OBAC.ca, that's the owner-operators of Canada, they were on here yesterday, and Jim wrote a really great piece a while back where he talks about how to avoid a turnover, how to avoid rolling over on the road. And and by the way, of course, your ears perk up. You're like, you're going to tell me how to stop once it starts? And he's like, no, of course not. But he was talking about the idea that more of them are caused by nothing more than not something in the road, but literally taking a turn too fast. And I had made the point to say that, you know, sometimes it's usually the fault of the driver. Sometimes when people aren't used to a road, when they're uncertain, the optical illusion of that turn isn't anywhere near as hard as it is. So imagine the sign is gone. That's why you see those signs that have those, like, you know, the wavy lines and the switchbacks and all of that stuff. You get those warnings because sometimes they come out of nowhere, and you're doing a reasonable rate of speed for the road. And but imagine heading down a road where it doesn't say you're going from 65 to 45, and then it has the wavy lines, and then says 25.
Exactly.
And in many ways, when the uncertainty is when the signs are removed.
Yeah.
Because the response then is, well, then just drive 35 the entire way. But if you're doing 35 the entire way, I can see that you know exactly where I'm going. Then you are literally killing your own productivity and your ability to compete in a very dynamic market.
Exactly. And I think it's easy for people outside the industry to say, oh, well, this driver made a mistake or something like that. Well, hang on a second. They didn't have the information they needed to make the right decision. And sure, it's very easy in retrospect to say, oh, this driver should have been doing 25 miles an hour in this 65 mile an hour. Well, no, that's not correct, because that's not the safest thing to do all the time either. So how do we find the right information to get to the driver? And, you know, again, back to the technology thing, I've done some work around understanding which exits are possibly signed incorrectly and so need to be taken at a slower rate of speed. And so you see those alerts that pop up on your navigation sometimes, hey, high risk area, higher accident area, those things are trying to give information to drivers, both personal and commercial vehicles to try to get them to understand the risk that they're going into. But that information is only as good as the data that comes into the system. And that's always a concern for me.
Yeah,
as well.
and that, like I said, and the idea of, having the ability. This is why, by the way, you can make a case. I always tell people you ought to be very, very leery of any sort of consolidation among tech companies. Yeah. And because one of the things that happens with monopolies, with consolidation, is the fact that you don't have different places where you can get your data from.
Yeah.
You can't assemble data. And often, even if they have all the data, it's often harder to kind of sift through a centralized hub of data than it is to go to, hub is actually not the right word, a centralized location of data. Because a hub of data can be great, the idea that you have all the options where you can collect, collate, and gather. But in many ways, it really speaks to the kind of pre-trip work that many people aren't doing. And aren't being trained to do either. That's the other thing is that, we can go a million places with this, but people aren't that's a soft skill.
I remember, again, it was almost 20 years ago, maybe 19 years ago, because I'd been in the industry for just a little bit then, sitting in the cafeteria at CR England in Salt Lake City, watching senior drivers train newer drivers on how to trip plan. And they had their paper logs and were looking at things and trying to find safe havens and stuff like that. And nowadays, we really rely on navigation and route planning and things like that. But that soft skill of figuring out where do you really want to stop? Yes, you have X many hours left on your clock, but I better shut it down a couple of hours early because that's a little more safe for me. I know myself. I know my sleep patterns. And how do you make sure you maintain the productivity? I mean, that is a very, very difficult thing to do. And by the way, as somebody who's spent a lot of time trying to do that, it's actually pretty hard to do at the individual level with technology.
So I had a great talk many years ago where a guy told me that the two greatest skills that a person could have heading into the 21st century were, the first one didn't surprise me. He says, learn a second language. And he says, learn the second most dominant language in your place of business, which I love. The idea, he's like, look, he said, you don't need to speak Spanish in Los Angeles if in fact most of the business you do happens to be with a startup in India. Sure. He said, learn the language of the business, the second language of your business. The other one stunned me. He said, finish a book. Mm-hmm. He said the ability to finish a book means it means you are still capable of working in complete thoughts and able to hang together. I actually have one technological tip for everybody who has their own small business, any kind of small business, whether you're an owner-operator, whether you own a toy store in Kansas, purchase a printer. And I'll tell you why. And you can tell me what you think about this. There are a lot of people who spend their days behind desks. They spend most of their working hours behind a desk. Unless it's a thing of yours, a little kind of, your own little idiosyncratic thing, you don't need to have that. You can organize stuff, your laptop, however you want to run your business. If you're on the move, if you're a person on the move, there are very few substitutes for having a printed out schedule. There are very few substitutes for printing out your pre-trip. There are very few because sometimes stuff goes sideways. But if you have it actually printed out, if you've actually taken the time to print it out or write it down, that analog approach isn't about being old school or a Luddite. I love technology, but man, I got to tell you, I'm going to pick on Mr. Nemo, who actually has corrected this problem. If this stuff that I have all around me crashes, but I'm still able to broadcast, I'm showing this to Chris right now. I can still do this show, and he's got the same darn thing in front of him. If you don't have the computer stuff you need, if you've taken the time to write it out, that's important. And by the way, one more really great point. Our friend Marshall Platter commenting on the chat says, information is great. And this goes to that training stuff at that cafeteria. You need to know how to use it.
Yeah,
that's crucial, right? And so I wanted to kind of ask you, and we'll get to the company here in a second, but I wanted to ask you, what do you think is lacking in regards to training? In regards to training the next generation, the old timers, many times the young kids don't want to listen, but what can they do when you were seeing that at CR England? What does it mean to be able to plan a pre-trip in this very, I would call it almost, postmodern age of technology?
Well, and I love what you said about be ready for when things go wrong. And that can be your ELD crashes, your onboard communication isn't working, something like that. Or it can be something more simple like there was an unplanned road closure or the weather changed or something like that. So I think one thing in transportation that is more important than in many other industries is that experiential learning by doing. So it's not enough in this industry as a driver, as a dispatcher, as a planner, as anybody in the supply chain to know how to do something. You have to try it. You have to see what really works. You have to build on experience. And I keep talking about it. I've been incredibly lucky to learn from a wide collection of people in this industry. And that, I think, is the most important thing. So don't seek out just the most senior driver. Seek out 4 or 5 of the most senior drivers at your company if you can, or talk to every driver you possibly can at the truck stop. That's what I did when I was driving around with Dean Croak when he and I were working together at Fleet Risk Advisors so many years ago. We talked to everybody we could, and Dean's pointing out stuff about trailers and how he can tell that this truck is more heavily loaded than another. All that kind of experiential stuff that you don't really realize until you see it out there on the road is so critically important. And I think that's something that, especially at some of the companies are just focused on move, get going. It can be a challenge, right? Like you want to be productive, you want to make your money, but also to be safe and to be effective, you need to have some of those experiences. You need to learn some of those things on the road from really, really experienced folks.
This is my other Luddite. I don't want to call it that because I love technology, but Luddite hack. Today, by the way, is the birthday of Ray Bradbury. He was born on this day in 1920. And if you don't know who Ray Bradbury is, I am thrilled to be able to tell you he is maybe one of the greatest science fiction writers of all time. And equally important, Tomorrowland over at Disney World was actually designed on his. I don't know if you know that, Madison. Tomorrowland was actually designed by Ray Bradbury. Walt Disney invited him in to create what Tomorrowland would look like. Matter of fact, retrofuturism, which is really, really popular nowadays.
Very, very popular,
the Jetsons is literally the result of that. And for Madison's benefit, Ray Bradbury only wrote a screenplay one time, Madison. He wrote John Huston's Moby Dick, by the way, and it's a really, really terrific screenplay. He's got a line here, 2 that I wanted to share with you that I actually think contextualizes our conversation, and I think, once again, this will land with truckers. Dig this. We are cups, constantly and quietly being filled. The trick is knowing how to tip ourselves over and let the beautiful stuff out. I really dig that one. And he said, stay drunk on writing so reality cannot destroy you. And like I said, the thing is, though, the writing part is really important, too. I think there's something to be said about, with all of the technology that we have, that sometimes the tactical act of writing on a sheet of paper or a flashcard or anything like that, just writing out by hand, is a really great way to drill it into your head, but also have a piece of paper handy where you remind yourself that at the end of the day, all pre-trips are, all post-trips are, all triptychs. Our friend Trucker Poston just wrote us and said he's got that Rand McNally all dog-eared in his back pocket. All of that at the end of the day is just kind of grounding yourself in that grinding activity of just writing it out and taking the time to check your work, right? I mean, that's basically what we do in the supply chain, what we do in the logistics. It's have you checked your work? No. Well, maybe you should spend the time.
Maybe you should check your work.
Maybe, it's what is it? It's like, making a friend of boredom, I've always said, is the crucial element to making a living as a truck driver.
And I find that as soon as I write something down, that's when I'm reminded of what I've forgotten, right? That's when I figure it out.
Oh, yeah, and as I said, I showed you my notes. It's funny, I'll take these really clean notes, and then I'll just start being, oh, man, you left out a lot of things. Just start filling in the margins like crazy. What else do I have to do? All right, let's talk a little bit. Like I said, I wanted to get a chance for people to get to know you, and let's talk about your company a little bit, and tell us, like I said, we get a real good sense of what you do, but give us a little more in-depth sense of it as well.
Sure. Journey TMS is really designed as a transportation management system for the smaller carrier. And I want to be super clear. Every time I say that, I feel a little bit guilty because a small carrier is absolutely critical to every human being's
everything.
life. Yeah,
it's everything. 90% of what's going on the road.
Exactly. It might be easy to look, see, I saw a couple of Schneider trucks today, but you don't realize that you saw 20 small carrier trucks out there. The small carriers and the owner-operators, y'all are the ones who are moving all the freight in North America. Like, that's just the fact. That's what the statistics say. It's easy as can be.
Yeah, Frito-Lay, by the way, who we're talking about this morning with the roll-on less, that's a big carrier. I know people say, what's Frito-Lay? I'm like, yeah, they got 22,000, not just trucks, but all kinds of equipment over there. But we forget that. If you look at that big 500 list that Transport Topics puts out, it it just ain't carrier companies. The big boys are
private fleets.
Private fleets.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
that's the thing to remember. The smaller carriers are the ones who are driving America, and then even more than that is the independent operators and owner operators who attach themselves onto those companies as well, correct?
Exactly. And I think there's been this imbalance for a long time where if you are a large or a mega carrier or a large private fleet, you have resources, whether that's from your parent company or whether that's from generating revenue, with many, many trucks. So you invest, a couple of $1 million a year into a transportation management system, or you spend, $50 million on upgrading all of your equipment every couple of years or something like that. Whereas the owner operators and the smaller guys, that kind of sub 20 unit fleet level, you really haven't had somebody out there saying, hey, let me help you with this. Let me get you some technology. Let me get you some tools that are like what these big guys are using to figure out rates, to plan their network, to figure out where their backhaul should come from. And so that's really the point of Journey TMS. The same kind of tools, the same kind of tracking, the same kind of visibility that you would have to pay a bunch of different services for. We just rolled it up into one, and that's really the point. So we have smaller carriers on our platform. They're using it. We've got a partnership with ProMiles, which is super exciting to generate specialized routes and understand the cost of permits and escorts and pilot cars and things like that as you haul those heavy haul and specialized loads. And so that's really what we're about. It's something that I'm excited about. I love talking to these small carriers. And it was actually what I was thinking of as I was coming over here. I wanted to make sure you knew that the last time I was on, I was talking about driver communication.
Right.
And my favorite thing in this industry is admitting when I'm wrong. And I was definitely wrong about.
It's an art form,
Oh,
by
yeah.
the way. No. I mean, we're being funny, but go ahead and keep on telling your story. But I want to say something about that at the end because, man, it is one of the great toxic things that is holding so many people back who think, never admit you're wrong, and you might feel successful in the moment, but it just breaks everybody around you.
We should definitely talk about, the theory of being wrong, because I think when you're wrong, it's an opportunity. You learn something, right? You get to figure something else out. And so that's what happened. Last time I was in here, I was talking about this really cool driver communication system we have and how we've automated a bunch of things that normally a driver would have to call in. And we had literally 3 customers in the last 2 weeks say, you know what? You're actually taking away the opportunity for a driver to talk to us. And this sounds so silly. I actually smacked myself on the forehead and I was like, yeah, you're right. And this is a lesson that I thought I had learned 20 years ago, which is the best way to keep a driver safe, to keep a driver retained, to keep a driver productive is to talk to that driver, not with any agenda, not in a disciplinary or, way that would make the driver feel bad, but just to talk to the driver, talk to them, let them know that you're there for them. Because if you're a planner, if you're a dispatcher, if you're a company owner here, the guy out there on the road is the one who's making you money. You as a planner or a fleet manager, you have a job because of drivers, not the other way around. So if we can get that communication to the driver in a positive way, get them the information they need, but then give them the time to make that phone call in when they're on their break or when they have a fuel stop or something like that, check in with their planner. Now all of a sudden, so we've changed our concept of communication a little bit. The system shouldn't be depriving the driver of the opportunity to talk to the home office. It should be giving them more time to do that if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I'm a big fan of the Lee Child Jack Reacher books.
Me too.
And in the 3rd season, I was so thrilled that they actually took something from one of the books. Literally, one of the characters says, hey, I really screwed that up. I was wrong. And he goes, okay, now that we know what's wrong, let's you and I now focus on what's right. And he drops it.
Yeah.
And then they sit down and he talks about how they can do it next time and make it work. And it isn't that the acknowledgement of wrongdoing hasn't been acknowledged. And it isn't that he didn't say she was wrong. It's that he goes, okay, you've admitted it. Now we can move on because now we can fix it. Tara, who you've met in passing on a couple of occasions, will often tell me all the time, just tell me you were wrong, because the moment you do that, I don't have to argue about it. She said, because we then know what went wrong and how we can fix it. But I'll tell you, my area of sympathy, though, the one place where I get caught in that cognitive dissonance of 2 things going on at once, is that I also know when people get really defensive and don't want to admit they're wrong, I know that it comes from an abusive parent, an abusive boss, an abusive relationship where they knew that if they went to the person and said, I screwed up, that the punishment would be disproportional and exactly the opposite of what you were talking about. Is that if you want to get people defensive and never admitting you're wrong, create a toxic workforce and culture where the admittance of wrong means you are weak, incompetent, and will be yelled at.
So I want to be really clear. This quick story I'm going to tell now is from prior to my time in transportation. And I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but I was working at a company.
Oh, just between you and me. Nobody else is listening.
I think a lot of people are listening. But this is definitely before my time in transportation, because I've actually not encountered this in transportation. But I was working at a startup company in downtown Boston. It was very exciting, high tech, all that kind of cool stuff. And I realized after our third or fourth, quite frankly, pretty big screw up with a customer, that our problem-solving strategy was step one, assign blame. And I was like, holy smokes. So it's not admit wrong. It's not try to figure out how to fix it. It is literally to assign blame for the mistake to somebody first. And we would spend, I kid you not, an hour or two in a meeting with 20 people in the room trying to figure out whose fault it was. And I'm like, well, this can't be the right move.
Toxic.
It was terrible. It was terrible.
It is toxic. The joke I always make, there's a really funny, I wish I had come up with this. The 6 phases of any project, which are enthusiasm, disillusionment, panic, search for the guilty, punishment of the innocent, and my favorite, praise and honor for the uninvolved.
That's
I mean, but too many places, and that's the thing, because so much, Jody called earlier and talked about the idea of so many companies badgering drivers about their CVA score. Got to keep the CVA score up. Well, people are less willing to report when things go wrong or make corrections when they feel like they're going to get yelled at, which means you're going to have a higher CVA score.
Well, I can't remember if I told this story when I was on last time, but I was doing a safety project in Germany, and they had this amazing safety record. And the end result, after digging the data, was that people just weren't reporting accidents or paying it personally because it was so embarrassing in that culture to admit that you'd had a fender bender or you'd done damage to a company vehicle. It was cheaper and less offensive to them morally to just fix it themselves. And I'm like, but we can't help you if you don't give us the right information.
It's going to keep happening.
Yeah, it's going to keep happening. We can't get to the root cause.
It's going to keep happening, guys. And Chris, we're out of time here, and I got to shuffle you out because we're starting the Heaven to Life part of the show coming up with Lindsay Lawler here just in a moment. We'll roll out the welcome mat for her just in a minute. But I just wanted to tell you it is like one of my biggest pet peeves. Just say I screwed up, but I am sympathetic because I often have to deal with people who, when they were wrong, rather than having it be, I'll tell you a really quick story and then we'll take the break. But I just remember I had a friend of mine when I was at the University of Georgia. CDs had just come out. I'm dating myself. And I was playing some of his CDs and I left them out. And he came home, and I remember, and I got really, really tense, and he said, I need you to come talk to me. And he picked up the CD, and he looked at it, and our listeners have heard this story before, and he goes, okay. And he took out a rag, and he wiped it down, and he took it back to the case, and he put it back in the case, and he put it in there. He said, I love the fact that you're enjoying this new technology that I have. And he said, it's fantastic. We're going to have a lot of fun here. He said, and you are welcomed anytime to take any of these out and play them. He said, if you can promise me that you will do what I just did there with every one of these things. He said, if you do that, you are always welcome to have my stuff. And I remember, Chris, I was like, I felt so good that I wasn't bawled out. I was told what to do. I never forgot it, and I always came through for him. And it made a big difference.
Perfect result in that situation.
It made a big difference, and I'll never forget him. He, by the way, is a journalist for the AP now, named Gene Coulter. Good dude. Chris Orban has joined us this morning. Tell them where they can go to find out more about your company.
Sure. We're at journeytms.com, and you can also find us if you're on the specialized or heavy haul side through Pro Miles. We're linked directly off of their website as well.
Chris, it's good to see you. Thank you for making time, brother.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to bounce on out of here. Hit that music, Madison, with a T. Phone Master Dre is here. Lindsay Lawler is actually here. I know that they are lurking around. Thank you, Chris, and we'll probably see you again in the next couple of weeks.
Sounds good.
Drop in anytime.
Will do.
All right. We'll be right back, guys. Go to truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Start your engines. We are back with more Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler live from Nashville and Jimmy Mack live from the Crescent City.
Lindsay, before we get to our first guest of the morning, there's a couple of things we can talk about. I got to tell you, this upcoming guest, and we'll get to him in just a moment, is, part of in line of what, I'm kind of hoping the show as it continues to grow and continues to breathe really becomes. It's a lot of fun. We've had some real great times this morning. I didn't realize that Terry's segment over the course of the last couple of weeks would actually end up turning into a business consulting firm, which has been really fun. Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler, over in Nashville. Good to see you.
From the Big Easy to music sleazy, keeping it sleazy over here, one bad country song at a time. You're welcome, America. Good morning. Hey, before we get our guest on, can we talk about coffee real quick for a minute, which I know is one of your favorite topics in the world?
This coffee segment has been brought to you by ShadyRays.com. If you want to look really cool while enjoying a bit of iced coffee, go to ShadyRays.com because, man, coffee and Shady Rays, they got your back. Go on.
I had a friend say to me yesterday, am I right or am I right? Like, coffee just tastes better when you're rolling down the road in the car. And I couldn't have disagreed more. And so then I was like, no, I actually don't enjoy coffee in the car. But then I started thinking about the different way, like why I like coffee and how different people like to enjoy their coffee. I know you will enjoy coffee on a boat, on a train, in your grave. You like it anywhere, everywhere, all the time. Thank you. For me, I don't want to have it in the car because then it feels like a rush thing. Like, coffee to me is a feeling, is a ritual, and I don't even love the taste of it necessarily.
There's the word, but go on.
Ritual.
Yeah.
I want coffee when I'm like, sitting, looking out the window, starting my day. It gives me like a, I can do something. I feel good. Whatever. And anyway, and so and it's obviously, I'm sure for our listeners who spend a lot of time on the road, coffee is for the people, the ones that drink it. It's a way of life.
Oh, wait, that's wrong. Yeah.
Paranormal Pie Man says hot chocolate he likes better than coffee, which is interesting. A friend of mine has moved to the mushroom hot chocolate. I'm not talking about drugs, guys. That's the mushroom coffee. I wish I was too. Mushroom coffee, mushroom hot chocolate, all those things. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Anyway, I don't know. That's just throwing that out there because it's interesting to me how some people it's just coffee period all the time, which is someone like you, Jim. Me, it's like it's only in certain scenarios. It's not like throw me a coffee on the fly. That doesn't do anything for me. That's all.
No, I think
I'm not. It's not like I'm talking about something deep, but there is something deep underneath it all.
no, there actually is. Malcolm, by the way, there's something really deep behind it. Malcolm Gladwell in The Tipping Point, in his book, The Tipping Point, talked about smoking, where he made this is a great line. He said, smoking is not cool. He said, smokers are cool. And if you read the entire essay, he really kind of unpacks it beautifully. This is a neat thing, by the way, because it actually made me think of cigarettes for a second, because there were people who smoked, two packs, pack and a half a day. And then there were people who would go down at work, go outside, and have one cigarette over the course of the day, Lindsay. And for them, it was, they didn't want to smoke at their desk. They didn't want to smoke while they were in the car. They want to smoke running down the street. They wanted to actually walk downstairs, go out on the back loading dock with a couple of guys who worked over there, maybe a secretary or two, and light up a cigarette and just go, take this kind of breath in the day. And for you, when you said the word ritual, I had it in my back pocket, and then you hit the nail on the head. For you, coffee is less of, I got to have my coffee, and more of, I got to have my moment.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, coffee for you is simply let's get really fancy here, so a semiotic is the study of signs, sign, and signifier. The sign is coffee, the real thing itself. I'm sorry, the signifier is coffee, meaning it actually, but the sign, of course, is you having the moment. The moment is what you're doing, and it's simply symbolized by that cup of coffee. That sounds like what you're saying. To a large degree.
Yeah, because it's that, or also the other time I love coffee is in conversation, because it means, since I don't want to go sit at the bar and have conversations anymore, it's now pivoted to coffee talk. I'm like, I'll get together now with people, where it used to be, let's meet at the bar or go to happy hour. Now I'm like, you want to meet for coffee? And so I was thinking about that too. Like I had a coffee or lunch, it's different. So it's like, to me, coffee, whereas normally maybe I'll drink a cup a day. If I'm having conversation, I could be like, keep filling it up, because I don't want the conversation to end.
Oh, that's interesting, by the way. That is something, because as opposed to just a 1 cup of coffee a day, you can actually be a 1 cup of coffee a day person, but you can also be a 5 or 6 one, depending upon, those are two different environments. One is about you taking a moment to kind of center yourself and go embrace the rest of the day, that one deep breath before you make the plunge. And the other one is about really mixing it up. Really getting down and talking.
Let's get wild and crazy.
Let's get wild and crazy.
Top me off, Betty.
Wild and crazy about the ideas and the intellectual conversations and the stimulating things that are going on here in Lindsay Lawler land. Now I'm doing my Emily West impersonation. My apologies. But that makes a lot of sense. I mean, so the idea, but that coffee for you is a symbolic action. And I'll say this too. I was talking
about you, it's a way of life. I mean, that's fair, right?
That's fair. But I'll say this. I was talking to my friend Adriana just the other day, and she is a massive coffee fan. I want to make this really clear, guys. I love coffee. I want to make that really clear. I don't not think about it, in the sense of when I'm drinking, it isn't like, oh my God, thank God I have it, and I've just got to put an IV in my arm. Every sip I take, like Dre brought me out some coffee.
Every little sip you take is magic.
Every little sip just turns me on. And by the way, before I have my coffee, my life is tragic. But that being said,
do you get turned on after you drink it?
Hey-oh, hey-oh, hey-oh. Back to the Police, who, by the way, have a serious reggae influence. We referenced that yesterday. But we were talking about it. I love the taste of coffee, so that when Dre brought me out a coffee this morning, thank you for that, by the way, it was a different kind of coffee. So the moment I sipped it, I knew it was different. It isn't like coffee is coffee is coffee. That's not the fact for me. I love it. I love it, and it's the relationship that I wish I'd had with alcohol I have with coffee, meaning that it doesn't make me angry. I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel like I've had too much coffee. It's crazy, because I can get to places where I'm like, I don't want any more coffee, and I stop drinking it for the rest of the day. It isn't like, oh my God, I'm getting a headache now. I got to get some more coffee. So that's it. But yeah, very different coffee relationships.
Very different coffee relationship. Coffee relationships would be a good name for a coffee table book.
Yeah. Or one of those self-help books.
Why is it called a coffee table? Because people put their coffee on it?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's called a coffee table book because people put their coffee and they would go into the living room and sit on the couch and then put their coffee down on a little small table in front of them. That's exactly why.
Isn't that weird when in moments, all of a sudden it dawned on me that I've been saying the word coffee when I say coffee table and I've never even heard it until right then. That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this. I had a moment on the highway during Katrina where I suddenly realized why the numbers on the exit signs were numbered the way they were. Obvious, never thought about it. Just there it was. I mean, that happens from time that we get used to the background noise of our life.
I thought I was a smart person. You know who is a smart person, Jim?
Pretty darn smart.
Our next guest. Who is it?
Terry Bone, Royal Chief of the Tin Can Tourist. By the way, Royal Chief, love that. Up there with Grand Poobah and Czar of all space and time. Royal Chief of the Tin Can Tourist. Go to tincantourist.com. Head on over there, and it's exactly when you hear what it is, man, you are going to be like, this is just the coolest thing. It's the original vintage trailer and camper club. I kid you not. Let me repeat myself. As I said at the top of this half hour, Lindsay, as I said at the top of this half hour, this is like perfect for what it is we're hoping to achieve here.
Yep.
They love vintage trailers as much as everybody else who loves vintage trailers do. And they are looking for friends. They're looking for members. If you, in fact, join them at tincantourist.com, you can be a part of the oldest and best trailer club in the whole wide world. Doesn't matter how old, how big, or how small, or what the shape is, or if you tow or drive it, restored or not. Man, go to Tin Can Tourist. Let's say good morning to Terry Bone. How are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you guys? I was enjoying the coffee talk. I'm a coffee lover myself.
Well, how are you drinking some right now?
No, I've already had my limit. I always have 2 cups in the morning and then maybe a cup in the afternoon.
Okay. And are you more of a ritual person, or I got to have my coffee in order to function?
I'm more of a ritual. I don't need it at this point to function. I'm retired, so I could probably get by without it.
Listen, look what we're about to talk about. I live a very cool life. Let's start. Speaking of cool life, Terry, I got to start with the obvious question. Your title is Royal Chief. Now, do you actually get some sort of crown with that, or is that like is that a business card situation? What does that mean?
So it's a business card situation, but it's historically correct. So when the club started, they named their leaders either Royal Chiefs, or my favorite is they called them Royal Tin Can Openers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I always like a good origin story. Lindsay and I love a good origin story. Tell us about your own love affair with vintage trailers, when it started, and then we can actually pivot into the tincantourist.com. But tell us about your own love for vintage trailers, Terry.
Sure. So I think I'm 5 vintage trailers deep at this point. Started with a little small canned ham, a 1957 Sportcraft. It was 15 foot long, so you could barely stand up and turn around in it. And so my love of vintage trailers really started with my parents. They got involved in vintage Airstreams to start with. So there was always a vintage Airstream that was in the driveway, and we did some camping with it. At first we were doing tent camping, and then it evolved to vintage trailers. And the reason why it evolved to vintage trailers was my dad was a teacher, and you couldn't buy Airstream new on a teacher's salary. But you could buy a vintage Airstream pretty reasonably priced back in, say, the 80s, and then restore it and have a beautiful trailer that you could camp in.
Well, sorry. Keep going.
No, go ahead.
No. I cut you off.
Okay. So talking about the club, the origin of the club, it's a very old club. So the club's been around since 1919. It really started because that's when people had the capability to go on vacations affordably. So that's when the Model T was around, and that's what really allowed people to move around the country. Roads weren't great. There were, some campgrounds that they could go to. The club really started when people in the north started going down to Florida. And in 1919, there was a group of people that ended up at one campground called DeSoto Park. It's still there. I visited it last year. It's in Tampa. And they were there sitting around talking about how camping was growing, and they were seeing problems that this growing hobby was creating. So they were seeing where people were showing up at campgrounds and they weren't taking care of the parks. And they felt that they needed to start an organization to make sure that as when people were camping, people wanted them to come back. So they created this small group. There were 20 people at this park at the time, and they wanted to create a club around three principles. One was to unite fraternally all auto campers, and you can see what they chose auto campers because that's what they were all traveling by, and it was usually the Model T. And they would have tents and attachments on their vehicles to allow them to sleep. The second principle was around providing clean and wholesome entertainment at all meetings or campouts. So at that time, and still to somewhat today, it was a tradition around the campfire to tell stories, sing, and play musical instruments. The third principle was to spread the gospel of cleanliness at all camps and to help enforce the rules governing all public campgrounds. So in my view, the TCT was kind of the first to adopt the leave no trace approach. They wanted communities to want them to come back and not be looked at as vagabonds. So it was in the fall of 1919 and winter of 1920, these snowbirds were coming down, spending multiple months down there. They created what now is called the Tin Can Tourist. They created a constitution and bylaws, and they elected J.M. Morrison as their first leader. And they did give him the title of the Royal Tin Can Opener. The group grew like crazy over the years, and at certain points in time, it had members over 200,000. It was free to join. You just had to be kind of recommended by another Tin Can Tourist and then go through a little orientation process. And then it got so big that communities were vying to get the club to hold events in their communities because at that point they were bringing in thousands of visitors to communities, mostly down in Florida. And even trailer manufacturers use the events to show off their latest model. So it's kind of like the current, like Camping World, where they set up these large new introduction events. It was just a big deal, and unfortunately, like a lot of really good things, it kind of faded away into the 70s.
So you said you've used the word club obviously multiple times, but I hear this: unite under a wholesome environment and then go forth and prosper and spread the love. So with over 51,000 people here, like to me, this isn't just a club, this is a movement, it seems, and has been for quite some time, of course. So what is, with that being said, the common thread that keeps people sticking around? You've said that the values that you're uniting under, but what do you see, especially today and maybe post-COVID, why you think people, yourself included, see this as sort of a necessary part of their life?
Yeah. So my parents changed it. They restarted the club. The club faded away, like I said, in the 1970s. In the 90s, my dad was the president of the Vintage Airstream Club. And he heard these stories about this club that kind of disappeared. And he always had it in mind, instead of being involved in a club that only focused on one manufacturer or one make, that he wanted to do something that had a lot more diversity. And so he restarted the club in 1998 as an all make and model vintage trailer club. So it's grown since then. what are we now? 28 years into it. What drives people to the club is, one, they probably have a vintage trailer and they want to learn from others. Maybe they're restoring a vintage trailer, and so they want to be able to ask questions, or they could have gone to one of our events. So at each one of our events on Saturdays, and usually in the afternoon, we offer an open house, just like car shows do, where people can come. The difference between the trailer and the car is when you come, you don't just look at the outside, because you don't. I mean, that's nice, but the true beauty of the vintage trailer is on the inside. So most of our members allow people to walk inside their trailers, and our members love to talk about their trailer and their restoration process. But the difference, of a vintage trailer compared to a trailer today is just the craftsmanship, the woodwork, and of course our members decorate to the time period of the trailer. And I think what people love about it is when they step inside that, they kind of step back in time, and a lot of them go in and go, oh man, this was just like my parents, or oh man, we used to camp like this. And it is a different experience camping and being inside a vintage trailer as compared to camping inside a modern trailer, because it doesn't have all of the, TVs and things like that. A lot of times when we're camping side by side with a modern trailer, they kind of pull in and everything sets itself up and you don't quite see people much. But with a vintage trailer, you don't spend too much time inside. You tend to spend time outside around the campfire with other people. I think it just brings people back to a moment in their life that they really loved. And that's kind of the value of vintage trailer clubs and vintage trailer rallies.
So cool. Jim, I keep hearing Mitch Hedberg going, I order the club sandwich all the time. I'm not even a member. How do I get away with it? That's what keeps blowing through my mind every time he says club. But Jim, you want to be a member of this club, don't you?
I do. I do, by the way. And I want to give people an example of how wonderful this is. So tomorrow in Marysville, Michigan, and the day after that over in the Catskill Mountains, Gilboa KOA Holiday in New York, there are going to be themed vintage camper and car shows. Just for instance, in the Catskills, it's going to be either $87 a night or $0 for participating if you show your units from 1 to 3 p.m. on Saturday. I think, Lindsay, this is so terrific because I don't know if you guys know this, it's National Folklore Day, and you've been talking about campfires, sitting around the campfire and telling stories. And in many ways, this actually, because you were listening to our coffee conversation earlier, and Lindsay's idea of using coffee as a way of creating space, either for reflection or conversation, in many ways, what you're really talking about here is not just these trailers or these campers. What we're really talking about is a piece of machinery that allows you to go someplace and either collect your thoughts on your own or get together with like-minded people and sit around a campfire. I mean, it really is taking your home to a place where you actually can light a fire and sit around it with other people and tell stories. You're creating a neighborhood of storytellers and of people who want to recapture the past. It's so cool, Lindsay. I mean, it's beyond just the idea I've got a cool one and you've got a cool one. We'll meet at the parking lot at the truck stop.
I want to show up with. Do sing-alongs happen at these campfires?
We always have a band usually at our rallies, so that,
cool.
We'll have a big musical event. But a lot of our members are musicians, and they'll bring their guitars and things like that. So around the campfire there'll be singing. I want to kind of comment on the, that this is kind of an avenue to getting people around a campfire. It was a few years ago, my parents were being considered for induction into the RV and Motorhome Hall of Fame in Elkhart. And we asked some of our members to describe, why they joined the club and what the club meant to them. And it was really touching and unbelievable to hear all the stories of people who said, we joined because we had a vintage trailer. But once we joined, we made lifelong friends that we keep in touch with, and the club changed people's lives. And that's really important. We see this a lot. People kind of join for the trailer, they come to an event, they make friends, and then they keep coming back because of the friends. The trailer is a cool thing, and people love their trailers. People love their vintage tow vehicles that they tow the trailers with. But it's the friends and relationships that keep them coming back to the club.
Come for the trailers, stay for the memories. I will.
Exactly.
That's the new T-shirt. Did you see anything change? I'm curious, like from COVID to now. Did you see more people that maybe wouldn't have necessarily spoken to them before COVID get into it, or vice versa? Did you see any of that happening?
We did. We saw, in Michigan, due to kind of some of the lockdowns and restrictions, we saw a lot of people get involved in camping, and our club grew after COVID. The first year we had some challenges. Our rallies are really an opportunity for people to get together and gather, so that was a little difficult. But we kept things going in 2020, 2021 as best we could. Post that, when we could get back to holding a true rally event, our numbers of new members at rallies really boomed. I think we're now on the downside of that a little bit, where people are back to work and back to maybe not having as much time to be able to spend. And we're seeing a lot more trailers kind of showing up for sale in our vintage and our classified ad system on our website. But it definitely grew quite a bit because it was something that people could do. They could get out, they could enjoy the outdoors, and still be able to, be around other vintage trailer members and be able to check out the really cool stuff people are bringing to our events.
What is the next thing you're looking forward to? And in regards to that's coming up, tell us.
Yeah. We've got something really big we're working on. So besides rallies, one of the things we do with our members is what's called a caravan. So a caravan is, moving, many miles. And there usually maybe a week and a half types of trips where you go from campground to campground to end objective. We've done caravans for the National Road, for Route 40, some of the significant anniversaries for some of our highway systems and things like that. Well, there's a big one next year, and that's Route 66 is having their 100-year anniversary, and there's all kinds of clubs planning events next year around Route 66 to be able to travel it and enjoy some of the festivals that are being planned. Well, we're doing that, and we're planning a caravan that's going to start early in June and go for about a week and a half. And I'm planning and working on the eastern side of the Route 66 caravan, and we've got others who are working on a western side of Route 66, and we plan to meet in the middle, which is Amarillo, Texas. And Amarillo, Texas is planning a 2-week festival in the first half of June. And our caravan from the east is going to start up around Springfield, Illinois, travel all the way down. It's going to take us, we're not going to rush because we got vintage tow vehicles and we've got vintage trailers, and we want to be able to explore a bit as we go down. So we're only planning on about 200 to 250 miles a day. It's going to take us about 5 days to get down there. We're going to actually leave from a rally in southwest Michigan. So a lot of us are planning to attend a rally there and then leave immediately from there, which will be on a Sunday, and work our way down to Amarillo, get there on Thursday, and spend the weekend, which is their final weekend of the festival, and just have a great time down there. Along the way, we're expecting to pick up people, so I think we're hoping to get 25 people on the formal caravan, but people can join us along the way. Maybe they live already, closer to Texas, and they'll just hop in as they go. We've got a big RV resort it's called the Big Texan RV Resort. They're holding a bunch of spots for us, and then we're going to arrive there and enjoy their Route 66 festival when we get there.
This is so cool, and you can be a part of it too, guys. If you want to find out more how you can get to Amarillo by morning in a trailer for sale or rent, head on over to tincantourist.com. Terry Bone, it's been such a pleasure. People head on over there. You can check out their Facebook group, be a part of it. Maybe this is something you want to get into, and a way to spend your weekends with the group, make some friends, make some memories. Thank you, Terry. Have the best days. Thanks for making time for us.
Hey, I enjoyed the conversation. Thanks a lot.
tincantourist.com. Come for the trailer, stay for the memories, Jim.
Hey, and if anything goes wrong, go to truckdown.com. Get yourself out of the ditch and connect with a maintenance provider. You got to get up. Go ahead, Lindsay, do it.
Gotta get up a truck down. Gotta get up a truck down.com. Breaker back talk coming up next.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Well, howdy. Thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio. Live from New Orleans and Nashville, here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Howdy, Madison with the T. Are we still calling you Matador? Or are we just Madison with the T? Because I really like Matador.
Throw it in there. Make it a part of
Matador, Madison with a T. Matador, da, 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 da.
Before we get to the
Matador,
next
she paints the door. Sorry. I mean, Matador, she painted our door. There's there's just too much in here not to talk about, guys.
Let's unpack it all. Really quickly before we go any further, you guys know there's plenty of great stuff going on in Ohio in regard to trucking. We had the folks from the DOT and our good friend Scott Greneth over here as well. Well, here's something really cool about it as well, too. A new bipartisan group in the State House that's dedicated specifically to trucking issues is going on in Ohio. It's the brainchild of Ohio State Representative Jack Daniels. That, in fact, is his real name, a trucker turned legislator. He joins Ashley and Scott on Trucking with OIDA to talk about that transition, the Ohio Trucking Caucus, and more. Plus, Randy Gio, president of Triple G Express, walks us through his years-long involvement with Operation Sideswipe, which, of course, we talked about nonstop on the previous platform, that staged accident scheme in New Orleans. It continues to make national headlines. Don't know if you know this, Lindsay. At the height of it, somebody who actually had flipped and turned witness got murdered. I mean, it was crazy, dude. They had like close to 100 indictments in that plan to do the spotter and slammer scam over on the I-10 corridor. It was crazy.
Crazy.
All of that is part of the conversation coming up precisely on the nose at 11 with Trucking with OIDA. But we got plenty of people to talk about before then, do we not, Lindsay?
We do. You know who knows how to give us the goods, to keep us all connected? We love connection around here. And nobody keeps us connected better than our own Tara the Turtle, who dives in every week, figures out what you're talking about on YouTube, on Facebook, and all the other platforms where we are, the email, the messages, and she puts it all together because we want to make sure that you all know you are heard. That down to if you heart something. We see you.
Yes.
We need you. We love you. Right, Tara? Good morning, Turtle.
Good morning, guys. Yes, we do love you. And I love looking through the comments, responding back to you guys. I love all the comments, negative, positive, everything. Hit us with it. Boost our engagement. We love it.
We love it all. We love it all. You know what? I do want to say, Jim and Tara, real quick before we start this today, because I realized something this morning. One of our listeners messaged me online, guys, and said, "Hey, just checking on y'all." And I was like, "Well, what does that mean?" He said, something. He said, the people over at JCS didn't realize that you guys had made the move to YouTube. And I said, well, we've made the move to a lot of places, YouTube being one of them. And he said, oh, okay. Well, I didn't even realize that. And he said, I've been worried about you because I don't see this, full disclosure here, guys. He said, because I don't see a lot of live listeners all the time on YouTube. And he said, so I've been worried. I click on sometimes and I see that just like 10 people listening live. And I said, well, understood. Thank you for worrying about us. We're doing just fine. But let me help you break it down. He said, we're actually on, first of all, lots of platforms. So there's people listening on, in some ways it probably, we don't even know where it goes out to. There's random places where you can be listening. We don't even know. But that being said too, especially with YouTube, that YouTube really serves for us as a way that, yes, if you're listening live, we can see your comments, but so that it can live later, kind of same as the podcast world does. And so, yes, you may only see a few people listening live, but check back a couple days and it's like, oh, 700 people listen to this. So like it is getting out there. I just wanted the people that are quote unquote worried about us because you think it doesn't look like a lot of people live, just know we would not still be on the air if we weren't being heard in a lot of places.
Yeah.
We're doing great. Our analytics are great. We've hit like over 1 million impressions. We are doing really good to start and that's just in 2 months. To start anything takes a lot of time. So bear with us, stay with us. We appreciate the support. But I just wanted to clear that up, Tara, because I saw that and I was like, oh, I think people don't maybe understand that piece. So
no, 100%. And like we have 10 listeners here or 20 listeners here. We have so many platforms. iHeartRadio, we have like Spotify, we have so many places that we are live and post live. And you may drop in and you may see 10, 20, 15, who knows, people inside YouTube. But also, we don't expect everyone to listen to this show in its entirety. I mean, maybe we'd love that. Of course, we love all of our people that stay throughout the entire show. But a lot of people tune in for a segment and then they tune out for a segment and they come back. So you are seeing those dips. But we are seeing the number at the very end and the number of people that are listening post live. Ice Princess like exclusively listens post live and comments back to us. It's like, please don't forget about me. I know I'm not live, but I'm still listening. I promise. I listen to the full show. I just listened later. And so we appreciate you regardless if you're live, post live, you're hopping in and out, or you're here for the full 4-hour show. We love you and we thank you for being here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I also want to make a kind of a sideways comment too, is the fact that we are doing well, and folks know we're doing well. They know we're doing well because other folks who are not invested in us doing well continue to be, interested in us, kind of tracking us and following us, and we can see that kind of stuff, and that has been really encouraging as well. This week, Lindsay, has been extraordinary for that. In regards to the positiveness of it, because we've been talking about this, the number of people who have now joined us thinking that we were gone and have now jumped in has been crazy this week. I mean, we've gained so many followers this particular week, and it's one of those things too where it, as it always does, remember Dave started off at XM with 1,700 subscribers. And, one of the great things about this core of people who chat with us in the morning, who take the ride with us on the replays in the afternoon and all points in between. What has been so encouraging is the fact that we've held on to our core. And Lindsay, the coolest thing is once people find us, they don't leave. Mm-hmm. That is such an important thing. And a lot of people will tell you that once they see, oh, here you are, they get really excited and they stick around for the ride. We're adding new people every day. It was like Dre and I talked about this. When 10 Ring dropped back in, when Scat Pack dropped back in, it was really exciting because it wasn't like, oh, I don't like what you're doing. Goodbye. It's like, no, here I am. Good morning.
10 Ring was actually one of the ones who messaged me, like, didn't understand what that was like, oh, you made the move to YouTube. And I was like, well, that's where you found us, but let me just unpack it. He was one of those people. So, yeah, it's whenever you find us, and that is the beauty of YouTube, or like, say, We Should Write Living as a Podcast, or any other podcast that we continue to launch, because they will live forever. When we didn't have that capability over on the other platform, it's like, if you missed it, you missed it. And now, if you missed it, don't worry, it's actually even better on the replay because you can listen over and over and over.
And may I make a suggestion, too, for We Should Write? I'm going to actually recommend a platform. Head on over to iHeart to listen to We Should Write, or head on. What's the other one they can hear? Because they can hear the music clips.
Can hear them on iHeart,
Odyssey.
Spotify, Apple, Pandora, all of them. You can hear them. It's YouTube and Facebook are the only two that give us a music issue for whatever a licensing issue. But all those other platforms, you can hear it in its entirety.
I would definitely recommend the live stream on YouTube for our normal show. You can drop into the chat always and listen to us. But definitely for We Should Write, I would not recommend YouTube. It blocks the music. So when Lindsay's like, hey, look, we're going to play a clip, it just goes mute. And then you think you lost the show and you didn't. You're just losing the music portion. So wouldn't recommend YouTube and Facebook for We Should Write. Definitely post live or live on iHeart for sure.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, Lindsay's show is a live, open. What's really cool about Lindsay's show is that it is a very raw conversation often, and it's a live raw conversation, which means they don't go back and be like, well, can I take that back? That exposed myself too much. It's happening in real time, but then is available afterwards as well too. And there's no call-ins on We Should Write because it really is about digging in deep. And so, like I said, if you want to hear the music and hear it just happening in the moment, that's great. But you can go back and then listen on all the places that Lindsay pointed out as well. This really cool stuff is going on here. It's been a very exciting week. We've made some really great discoveries, have we not?
We have made some big discoveries this week. Tara, time for you to get into what those are, my friend.
Oh, by the way, Trucker Bosun on the chat, he actually wrote it out as it's done. Go on.
Thank you, Trucker Bosun. I appreciate that. But guys, the socials have been hot and on fire, heating up this week. We have sparked some new listeners, old listeners from the old platform who have found us. We've lit a fire under, certain folks' you know what? And
what, Tara? What? Feet?
What? Tell us.
Feet?
We've lit a fire. Yeah, we've lit a fire under some butts. Anyways, so but we're gonna stick to some listener comments. Okay, this is coming from them, our listeners. But look, Facebook's definitely been the hot spot, guys. If you somehow missed it, we shared 2 posts that really took off. It was the audio clip of us explaining the real truth behind why we left satellite radio. So if you have not seen that, go check it out. It's on our YouTube channel. Most viewed video on there, so just hit popular, you'll find it. And the other one was the Mount Rushmore of trucking graphic that we put up, featuring Bill Mack, Dale Summers, better known as Trucking Bozo, Charlie Douglas, and of course, Dave Nemo. But if you have not seen that, go check it out. It's on all of our platforms. But Lindsay, you were not directly involved in these conversations and in these posts in that period of time, but you were a big part of the transition and from the old platform to the new. I want to know, is there anything that you want to lay to rest alongside Dave and Jimmy that they already shared? Anything that was not said in the clip about the transition, lay it to rest. Is there anything you want to add to that conversation?
Well, for me, I think the biggest thing is people understand. Listen, okay, I'll be Pollyanna as I like to do. Pollyanna and just say, yeah, I think everything works out for a reason. We did not necessarily leave on our own accord, but it did set us up to do things that we've been talking about. Like everything we're doing now is what we wanted to do and couldn't do when we were over back on satellite radio. We couldn't do so many things like we didn't own our own content. We couldn't replay it. We couldn't launch our own podcast. We couldn't, reach out sometimes to certain people we wanted, sometimes work with certain clients we wanted. Like we were so handcuffed in so many ways. And I don't even think that, it wasn't necessarily, it was cool to say, oh, we're on Sirius, just because everyone knows what that is. I don't know if it was necessarily moving the needle for us, though, personally, because if you missed it, you missed it. And if you don't have Sirius and pay, you don't get to hear us, period. So we were already alienated in so many ways for being over there that, yes, it was a blow when we heard that our contract wasn't going to be renewed, but whatever. Like we luckily all had the wherewithal, and luckily we had hired Nick, our GM, to help transition us from the technical side. But I think that we could all sit here today and say, yeah, that was a bummer, but it ultimately was working out in our favor, because now we're able to sit here and create what we want, where we want, when we want. And now it just becomes, can we, stay afloat long enough to continue to grow it? So, we'll see what this time next year holds. But I just want to thank anyone who has trusted us and come along with us, because now anybody who's here is here 100% because they want to be here. As Jim says, nobody had to come, nobody had to listen. If you're here now, it's because you want to be, and that's way more important than just being there because you happen to be a subscriber over on the old platform. So
truly, I mean, one of the best parts to me of this new platform for all of us, and I know you guys feel this way as well, is just if someone comments and they're like, hey, I really enjoyed the conversation that we had with you as a guest, I can just drop the link in the comments. Or if someone's like, hey, I missed out, like just dropping the link and they can click, and it is free and it's not a paywall. It's the best thing ever to be able to share our content in such a free way, in both ways, freedom, and also free as in you don't have to pay for it. We can just drop it in there and here you are.
Absolutely. Yeah. We could never share it in the past. So that's right. So yeah, cheers. Yay. I'm not going to, hey, and that's, we're not by any means saying it's easy. It has been easy or it will be easy. It is a struggle bus, as is anything new. I mean, as much as we've been around and Dave's been around forever, it's still a brand new thing and a startup, and we're learning along with you. So it ain't 100%. Easy, but if it were easy, monkeys would do it, Jim.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Lindsay, goes back to something you said earlier about the idea of being in control of the content, also being in control of our own brand, like literally not having to clear it. Okay, I'm going to do it again. Lindsay's Pollyanna. I'll be a little less Pollyanna. The idea that my growth doesn't threaten what people inside the channel want to do. The idea that nobody is trying to prevent our growth internally. The idea that we can actually make postings and we can say things and we can be honest about things and not have, I get an email from corporate overlord saying, be careful what you say. You can't use those numbers. Listen to me. And it's like the idea that all I have to do is make sure that everybody in the company is comfortable with it and we can do it. That makes me really incredibly happy. People say as they get older, they stop giving a Shasta, but the ability to stop giving a Shasta and do something about it often just fills me with delight. Like we can just do that, as opposed to, oh, we got to send an email, we got to phrase it nicely and all that kind of stuff. It's all gone. It's all done. So Lindsay's right. It's an incredible struggle, but at least we're not struggling with our hands tied behind our back.
And what's kind of fun or so exciting, guys, if say something comes up in the news, in the world of trucking, in the world of entertainment, whatever it may be, we can just hop on anytime we want, be like, we're going to head on over and go live right now at 9 p.m. Or whenever we want. That hasn't happened yet, but it certainly, Nick's probably listening like, oh, don't add that to our plate right now. Stop.
No,
we could.
But we could. And by the way, I think that's something that he would be very excited about. I mean, if something really went sideways or wrong and there was like really serious breaking news that our friends out there need to get information of, we could do a really quick post up on one of our social media saying, guys, we're going live. And we can do it. Absolutely, positively correct. But it also sets up stuff like, hey, we want to actually, do a live show at a particular time. And like we could promote it for 3 or 4 weeks and then go live in the evening. We could do that.
We could.
We could.
And
we should.
The one other thing, and then we'll let you go on, Tara, is the idea of, we've talked about ultimately down the road, once this is all secure and functioning, assuming that happens, having more podcasts, our staff having podcasts, drivers, there may be a competition down the road to host your own show here on Radio Nemo. Who knows? Who knows what could be? We've got 24 hours a day of content to fill. And as you know, when we're not live, we're replaying right now a lot of things, which is another way. If you missed it, you get to hear it. We're always streaming content. But there's a lot of growth in this too. So, I mean, I would love to have a weekly podcast from a truck driver, maybe. You know, who knows what could happen. So the sky's the limit. Thanks for worrying. Thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in. And Tara, go on.
Thank you. And big shout out to all of our new listeners and subscribers. Like I said, a lot of you just found us because of the posts that are kind of making a lot of controversy, in a way, positive and negative, on our social media right now. And I'm going to get into those comments. I'm not going to get into a lot of them that are about Dave specifically. You guys can tune in Monday morning at 7:30 Central for Breaker Back Talk, and we're going to get his live reaction to a lot of your comments. But these ones I wanted to pull specifically. Folks have had a lot to say about Mount Rushmore and about the old platform and the switch and the truth behind and all of that. And David F. wrote, "Unfortunate to see you gone from the old platform, but I was without radio while I was in a spare truck, and then boom, I came back and you were gone. Didn't take them long to forget about who carried them through COVID, did they?"
Yeah, buddy.
I'm going to let that one sit there.
Yeah, I'm not even.
Highlight, like, love, thumbs up, heart, exclamation point, mind blown, share, all the things.
Thank you for my continued employment. You know, how about that one?
Yeah.
Thank you for my continued
Yeah, that.
employment. I mean, even, you know, that would have been nice. Just, you know, thank you that I still have a gig. Thank you that I got a gig in the first place. Thank you that I got a gig that expanded into a bigger platform. And thank you that I continue to have a job during the COVID crisis.
And
Yeah.
thank you, Phone Master Dre, for for going to the studio every day and keeping other people's shows on that he wasn't even employed by. I digress.
I love the comments. There's a lot of comments that we will not respond to, but I do like, you know, thumbsing them up and just being like, I love that. Thank you for that.
Sometimes no response is quite a response. Just say it.
I think this comment speaks for itself. We'll leave it here to be contemplated in awed silence.
Exactly. Mark K said, "Glad to hear you guys on the new platform. I will call in one day." And Marty Glom chimed in and said, "So proud to be a Road Gang member in this form or the old form. Y'all are the best."
Awesome.
Love it.
Love me some Marty Glom, a little ATHS
Love me
representing.
some
There you go.
Yep. And then Mike N added, "Channel blank barely talks about trucking anymore. It's all BS content. At least you guys still have real trucking content. Keep it up."
Come on, Marcus. I like that.
Yeah.
BS content.
that.
I think BS could stand for before Shady Rays.
Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. You know, and the thing is too, it's funny because some people have made mention of my book reports. I'm always happy to write a book report for people. People have made mention of some of the entertainment content we've done. But I want to remind people, and many of who are listening right now don't need this reminder, but man, and Lindsay listens to the show on a regular basis. Dude, we pack so much trucking into those first 2 hours before you arrive here. I mean, we give you...
Plus all day Monday.
I mean, literally, we jam you up. And by the way, this is interesting, too, because I was talking to somebody about this. Somebody made a comment about Kevin Rutherford. And I tell people all the time, go listen to whatever you want to listen to, guys. We're not competing against anybody but ourselves. As long as our quality is good, you will come back.
Eat keto.
You know, I mean, basically that. But that's the truth of the matter, is that like anybody who is looking to eliminate the competition is playing the wrong game. That's an old game.
Mm-hmm.
The new game is to make sure that you're part of the lineup that everybody is listening to because they're actually setting their own course. They're listening to replays, all that stuff. Go ahead, Lou.
Can't we all just get along?
I don't need to get along. I just need people to worry about their own business. That's what I need people to worry about, and that's what it kind of comes down to. But yeah, I mean, that's what Monday's about. Monday's about podcasters, influencers, news people, people with their own platforms, people with their own radio shows. We want you guys consuming all the information you need to be safe out there. That's my take on that.
Your take is right. Truckers Voices says it's good content. We agree. Tara, go on.
Well, these next two comments definitely are about that. Ed R. wrote, "Didn't know the whole story, but I had a good idea. I've only listened to the other platform maybe an hour since you left. I don't anymore. You guys are where I go for the important information. Keep it up and never give up. And then over on YouTube, user CoStar Recycling says, hey, this is David S. Commented, new subscriber here. I saw Jimmy's post on Facebook. I sure have missed the show. When old platform dropped Kevin Rutherford, I dropped old platform as well. Great to see. I can listen to you guys whenever I want.
Nice.
Love that.
Nice.
Love that.
Nice.
Love that.
He and I had a really nice kind of conversation on the DM, and I got a chance to kind of talk about, our plans and some stuff that Kevin is up to. I listen to Kevin about once a week, to be honest with you. I kind of check in to see how he's doing, and like I said, it's just one of those things. You figure this out as you do it step by step. When you're the little guy, you figure things out. When you're the big guy, you concentrate on making sure you give people, all the bells and whistles that you have. You don't focus on anything else. Sorry, internal monologue. Go ahead. Go on.
Well, a couple of shout outs from friends of the show. Deb Labrie from Women in Trucking said, you'll continue to do great things and we will get the message out there for you. So we appreciate that. We love that. And then Raymond Montoya, the comedian that you guys interviewed recently, commented, woohoo, thanks so much for having me on. What a great show. And then subscribe to our YouTube channel. So thanks, Raymond. We appreciate that.
He actually told he messaged, I can't remember if it's him that messaged or his publicist or both, but that said that was the most fun, best interview I've done. So, yeah, that was fun for a comedian to say it was a fun show. That's a good place.
You saw the email Claire sent us, right, Lindsay? The one where she's actually starting to put together a folder and a file of all the wonderful kind of comments we get from a lot of the interviewees, which was really, really nice.
Yeah,
really
so
nice.
cool.
So cool.
So cool.
Love seeing those.
You ready, Lindsay? Go on.
So, from the Julian Simpson interview that you guys had a couple weeks back, a listener said, I love that Julian has the time to cook. The Lovecraft Investigations is fantastic, and more Mythos and Crowley is always welcome. Can't wait to see what he does with no limits.
Oh, I wonder how much he cooks Julian.
Oh, my God. Very, very appropriate, by the way.
Come on, someone had to say it.
By the way,
Come on.
Lindsay, their goal was 70,000 pounds, which of course is about $93,000 on their Kickstarter. They got to that. They broke their benchmark on the first day. They raised close to $250,000.
So awesome.
On Kickstarter.
Wow.
So they not only are doing the Crowley series, they are going to get a chance to do other content as well too. It's actually they're going to use the money only to pay for other artists to do the work with them. They're not going to they set a budget and a salary for themselves, and they are going to pay more artists to do more work. Really cool.
Kickstarter. Maybe we should start a truck starter.
Truck
starter campaign. Hey, I will leave. I know we're about out of town, but I mentioned the other day that I watched that Celine Dion documentary, which is
rough,
really hard, really painful, and also really inspiring is not the word. I'm not sure about it, but she records a song, and there's a new song that comes out. You can stream it. It's called Love Again, I think. And there's a line in it that keeps just repeating over in my head. You don't have to move mountains, just keep moving. And that has really landed for me big this week, both for her, for life, for trucking, for a startup, for anything you're pursuing. You don't have to move mountains. You don't have to think about the big game, end game. Just keep moving. And I really liked that.
I love that.
Outstanding.
I love you, Tara. Anything else to wrap us up here?
Hey, today is National Be an Angel Day. So all you truckers out there, if you've been bad today, you're in timeout and go do something nice. Hold the door, call a loved one, lend a hand to somebody at the truck stop today. Be an angel today.
Oh, be an angel. Tara, you're an angel every day. I kind of mean that, actually. I said it sarcastically, but you've got angel vibes with the little devil on your shoulder in the best of ways. Like angel that won't laugh at the bad stuff, like the picture I texted you this morning.
I know I do.
She'll cut you real quick if she needs to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's also why I like her. An angel would do that too. Be like, hey, don't diss me. I got your back. You got mine.
I love you guys.
Thank you, T. Turtle, Touchdown,
Always.
Tara Garris, Breaker, Back Talk. This concludes another edition of that wonderful segment. By the way, somebody asked, since it's National Pecan Tort Day, they asked, is that tort or as in tart? It's neither. It's Torte. pecan tort. We will be back after these messages.
Did you call me?
You right. You certainly are a tort.
What a tort.
Not a tart. You're a tort, which means
Tort.
you're a sweet pastry.
Ha! Speaking of sweet pastries, Peter Stark's joining us next, the sweetest pastry around. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The mics are hot and so are the pastries. This is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Jimmy Mack, Lindsay, and Peter's here.
Aww,
Everybody,
that's so sweet.
everybody, and Savory. Everybody look busy, by the way. Peter Stark Author is the place you want to go. If you head over there, you'll find out what his bio is, what his background is, the books he's written, the articles he's generated, the events he'll be attending, the media where you can find him at. Gallop Towards the Sun, Tecumseh and William Henry Harrison's struggle for the destiny of a nation, which was released over in 2023. Matter of fact, Lindsay, when Peter and I last talked, this action adventurer, who you can find at Peter Stark Author, actually is in the same place that Megan was. He's turned in that book copy. He's done. He doesn't know what to do with himself. Well, I had big plans. Lindsay, why don't you introduce him, though?
Well, here's the thing, Peter. You've done really smart, important, bold, brave things in the world, and that's cool and all, but we have dumbed you down this morning to a sweet pastry. No, not dumbed down. Cozied you down. Cozied you down.
I like it.
And I went into the last break saying maybe he's both sweet and savory, and I say that because you're like you're unlike most traditional sweet desserts or savory meals, because you incorporate both, because you've got dough, you've got filling, you've got toppings, and you, my friend, create a very complex flavor profile. So welcome to the show.
Well, I'll run with that. Do I come like? Am I warm when I, is it a warm?
Oh yeah.
Taste?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Hot
100%.
like out of the oven, right?
100%.
I got it. I know what Peter is, because Dre said he goes great with a cup of coffee. I know what Peter is. He is a wood-stoved, created apple pie with cheddar cheese. That's what he is.
Okay, that works.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
I
I was gonna say apple fennel, because we got a little sweet and savory, but apple that works too.
Oh, I love all those. Yeah, I'll take every one of them. Yeah, apple pie with cheddar.
Yeah.
I love that. Sometimes for breakfast I just have slices of apple with slices of cheddar on top, and that's all the breakfast you need for the next adventure.
You just
it's got everything you need.
and you embody just in general, Peter, and then we will get serious at some point. To me, you embody. I've been talking a lot with all the girls here, all the women who are so basic bees. Like, I can't wait till fall so I can just wear my leggings and my boots and have a pumpkin spice latte, guys. You embody that. You embody cozy fall cabin in the woods. That is the presence that is Peter Stark. And I mean that as the highest compliment. You're somebody I want to equal parts share a cup of coffee with, learn with, and if I'm about to get eaten by a bear, damn it, I hope you're there next to me also.
Okay, well, I want to lead you a place today where you might get eaten by a bear. But
awesome.
I will be there with the apple pie and the cheddar cheese, and that will distract the bear from you.
Perfect.
The bear will want to eat the apple pie and the cheddar cheese and not go after you.
Okay, so
you'll go somewhere in the wilderness.
You'll be the reason the bear came because you're the one who brought the food, and then you'll also be the reason the bear gets that you've saved.
That's the way the adventures work. You go when you go exploring and you've got a leader. The leader is the person who gets you into the dicey situation, and then the leader is supposed to get you out of the dicey situation. And that's the formula that you hope works. And sometimes it doesn't work, and then it's a really bad formula.
It's like my Spanish, enough to get us into trouble, but also enough to get us out. Peter, is this the dumbest conversation you've been a part of? I hope so.
Well, the reason I'm all jacked up here is because I'm on your new website this morning, and one I forgot that I was coming in a half an hour later, and so. I had a half an hour and I'm sitting here and I said, oh yeah, well, I want to go to the DaveNemo.com website and check it out. And then it's like, wow, that's so cool. You can just click this and it's live stream radio. And so then I hear you guys, Lindsay and Jimmy and your guests. And it's like, I feel like I'm on the sidelines of the NFL football game, warming up to go in for the big time. So it gets me all ready to jump in. So now I've got a lot of thoughts about our topic of discussion today, which I think will fit in with what you were just talking about.
Awesome.
Really quickly, by the way, and I love this. If you want to find out more about Peter, along with Peter Stark, author, I love this. On Instagram, he's Peter Stark, Adventure Historian. On Facebook, it's just Peter W. Stark. But on the X, which was formerly known as Twitter, he's Stark Adventurer. I just love that, by the way. Sometimes when you're adventuring, Peter, let's get to the topic. When you're adventuring and all you have is the stars to guide you and your wits and sometimes a really good compass. The question we're really kind of talking about today is, does the modern traveler need a good compass? Can we still do that, right? I mean, that's what we're kind of getting at here.
Well, yeah, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. You were just talking about, was it Tara who said, you don't have to move mountains, but just keep moving. And that kind of fits into where this is going. So over this last month, I spent 2 weeks every day, every night on a sailboat and sailing in Puget Sound, from the southern part of the Puget Sound through all the islands and channels and all the way up to Vancouver Island into Canada. We had to cross into Canada. You have to go through customs on an island outpost, and we have some friends up there who have a really nice place on a separate island. So that was our destination, and through winding through all these inlets and and islands and channels, there are so many currents and tides and winds. And you have to pay attention to all of them, or you don't go anywhere, or you get into trouble. And I was using, at the recommendation of a sailing friend, this great app called Navionics. I think drivers might be interested in checking it out, even though it mostly is on water. It might work somewhat on land, but it's so cool. You put your finger on where you want to go, like this island way up there, and then its little computer brain tells you everything you need to know about wind, current, tides, your time of arrival, your course So it'll give you your course so you don't run into shoals and rocks and areas where you're not supposed to go. And you just follow the little line on the map, on your little screen map. It's like driving down, the interstate, looking at Google Maps, but you're actually on the ocean following this little line with your sailboat. And so I'm thinking, wow, this is like so cool and so easy. I started thinking like, well, how did they used to do it? The navigators before there were apps and Google Maps. And, I'm way old enough to have grown up in that pre-Google Map era. So I do know something about it. But I really wondered what people today would do without Google Maps or without navigation apps. And I've noticed it's kind of distressing. I've noticed young people like my kids' generations, in the 20s and 30s, they often don't seem to know the difference between north, south, east, and west. I mean, they don't realize, like, at any given point, they could be standing somewhere and you ask them which way is north and they have no idea. Which is, I cannot live without knowing the cardinal directions at all moments. And so that made me wonder, in both this practical, physical means of direction finding on the face of this earth, what are the implications for not knowing the cardinal directions, just in terms of finding your way around the face of the earth? But then it also struck me that there's almost a metaphysical aspect of this. It's almost a spiritual implication of not knowing exactly where you're situated, both physically and metaphysically. And for me, knowing where you are and knowing the cardinal directions is instrumental to centering myself, both kind of physically and metaphysically and spiritually. So I'm throwing that out there for discussion.
Yeah. Wow. Jim or me? We're both like,
you go ahead.
No, well, that really lands for me, and I want to share a quick anecdote with you, Peter, of how what everything you just said really shifted for me this summer, as far as it pertains to being very closed off when you rely on Google Maps, being closed off to get lost and to experience. And I took my daughter this summer. We drove over to Pigeon Forge and met some friends at Gatlinburg and rented a cabin in the woods and did the Dollywood thing, water park. But Peter, on the way there, it was just my daughter and I. She's 6 years old. And I had the address of the cabin we were going to, of course, in my Google Maps. I'm just relying on it the whole time. And Peter, I've wanted desperately, I've never seen a bear in the wild. No, not like attacked by it, but I don't want to see that. But I've always wanted to, like, when I'm driving through the mountains, I've always wanted to see one walk by. I've desperately wanted that and never have. And so what happened as I was driving there, we got up into as I start like getting high in the mountains where we're going to this cabin, of course, I lost service on my phone. And I was so frustrated because I was like, crap, I'm never going to find the house now. So I had to drive all the way back down to the bottom of the mountain so that I could get service again. And Peter, once I did that, by the time I got down to the base of the mountain, I stopped to check my phone, my GPS, and a bear walked right in front of my car.
Oh, there you go.
Stopped in front of me, looked in the window us. I started screaming and crying. My daughter thought I'd lost it. I was like, this is the most beautiful moment of my life. I'm connected. I had a conversation. Speaking of spiritual, I'm like, that bear and I talked for 30 minutes. And I realized in that moment, I was like, wow, if I hadn't have lost service, I wouldn't have been forced down here to come have this moment. And it shifted things for me. I'm like, I've got to start relying on my own senses and nature and living and exploring. And it really shifted everything for me. So is that part of what you're getting at here, that not only
That's
just relying on
exactly-
ourselves?
Exactly. I mean, that is you hit it right on the head, and what a cool moment that was, and such a revelation for you, as it is for me every time I'm get in those situations. That if you let go of this technology that ties you to the internet or a Google map or a navigation app or whatever, and if you look up from that little screen and you orient yourself by what you see and what you feel, what you smell even, and you can have so many rich experiences that you completely miss looking at the little screen.
Yeah.
I have a story as well. One of Claire and I's first dates is we went across the river in New Orleans over to this kind of long, lengthy, I want to call it wilderness area, but a long trail. And it was getting dark at night. And I remember that Claire started to panic as we went further out because in order to kind of complete the walk, we were reaching the point where either we'd have to go all the way around or going back would take us just as long. And Claire was concerned that we weren't going to find our way back. And I just said, it's going to be fine. I said, I have, as Tara can tell you too from an experience that Dave and I have, if I go someplace once, Peter, I know it. Meaning that even if it means backtracking, I will know how to get back. I don't get turned around. And something occurred to me when you brought this topic up is my bigger concern is not so much that people are using GPS or using, guidance systems and all that, is that people don't remember places they've been to before, if that makes any sense. Like, the idea that you drive someplace once, you have your triptych, you have your GPS, you go through it, you get there, you find it. And then you drive back home, end of the day. You get an opportunity to go back to that place, back to those campgrounds, back to that world, wherever you're going, and you still need the GPS. That we've gone from using it as a tool that kind of will jumpstart us in the right direction, that it's beginning to have an effect on our memory. Guys, if I'm not making sense with that, you can let me know.
No, Jimmy, I'm totally with you, Jimmy. And yeah, and I don't mean to disparage Google Maps or navigation devices. I use them all the time, and driving I use them all the time. But I think it's just what you're saying is that how do you use them like to your advantage in a way that's not just being led, but in a way that you're learning as you're using them and to absorb the area you're going through. One of the things I do is I'll figure out where I'm going on a Google map driving, and then once I kind of have it in my head, I don't use it, unless I'm in some confusion. But try to keep looking around and try to absorb the place and absorb the landmarks, and that I do that for entertainment as well as navigation. But I think that's totally right, is that it does have a effect on our geographic memory. And I think that geographic memory is something that is one of the most deep-rooted human instincts we have. And you see it if you have a dog, you can see it in the dog.
Oh, yeah.
Every minute of every day, how imprinted the memory of a place is and the terrain and whatnot. So, yeah, I think we're losing that important aspect of human existence, geographic memory.
Geographic memory. I watched the movie Moana. I've seen about 3,075 times because of my daughter, and they're wayfarers and they're out on the sea, and they discover new places or get back home by following the stars. And I watch that with so much intrigue and also get terrified because I'm like, wow, if I was in the middle of the ocean, I don't know how I would know and do and be able to learn anything. And I'm just so curious, Peter, because much as you've studied explorers who also have crossed oceans and continents with nothing but the stars and perhaps some math, like, what did they know? What is the first time that you can understand how they came to be? Like, how, if you don't know anything at all, how did one day somebody look up and understand how to figure that out? I'm not eloquently asking my question, but I know you know what I'm saying.
You did just fine.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's great you brought this up, because I was in preparation for this show. I looked up Polynesian navigation, and the Polynesians, the Pacific Islanders, were incredible navigators. And I know a little bit about it, but now I know a lot more of the details, having done a little studying up on it. And you ask, how do they know it? How do they know the first step? Well, think about maybe 10,000 generations of people navigators who came before them. And it's an accumulated knowledge over literally thousands and thousands of years, over countless generations. And that knowledge is passed down about how to use the stars. And I can tell you about that in a second, about how it kind of mechanically works, which was a surprise to me. But those Pacific Islanders, they could go in a canoe 2,000 miles without seeing land.
Wow.
And find the island they were aiming for. How did they do that? I mean, it's incredible. These incredible feats of navigation. And it wasn't like they were written down in a book, and they certainly didn't have GPS. But what they had is they had songs. And these songs would relate the sequence of stars over the course of the journey that they should be following. And so it was almost like they were given a star code in the form of a song, which is something you, Lindsay, could relate to. I think we need to write some of those star songs and navigate us through life with a star song.
Wow.
It would be cool. I'd go for that.
I bet you could write that with me. Have you ever written a song, Peter? Have you ever been part of writing a song?
I'd love to do that if you want to go take a whack at it.
That could be really cool.
That could be a star song, and so the way it works, just imagine yourself in the middle of a dark night on an ocean, and there's no land within thousands of miles in any direction, and you're a lone catamaran canoe. I mean, these were actually very sophisticated boats that they self-contained. They had food. They were actually growing food on the boats as they went along. So, but you're out in the middle. You're just like this speck in the middle of a dark ocean. And what the navigators would do, and there were certain very highly regarded individuals who were professional navigators, or that was their role, navigators, and they would watch stars come up over the horizon as the night went on, and constellations, and that those stars, I have to think of how the planet turns to make sure this makes sense, but those stars come up in the same place every night, in the same spot of the globe basically every night when the stars rise. And that's unlike the sun, which rises in different places depending on the season. The stars rise in the same place. So the navigators would have a sequence of stars they would watch through the night as these different stars came up, or these different constellations came up over the horizon. And then once, the constellation they were watching, whatever it was, got a little ways above the horizon, then they'd shift down to the next star constellation that was coming up that was in that spot. And so their guidance was, in a way, they could draw it out on a sand beach as a circle with all these different constellations around the circle. And that you had to memorize. That was the way that would lead you to an island 2,000 miles away, by following that sequence of stars every night.
That, by the way,
does that make sense?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
And you know what, Jim? Kind of a big point here I need to point out. You can't spell Stark without star.
Oh, I gotta tell you,
just saying.
Okay, well, I never thought of it that way. but I don't know where I go with that. That would
big places. Big places.
Do we?
Well, let's write that star song. I'm eager to do it.
100%. We're doing that.
There's a star song waiting for a star. By the way, we got a phone call, do we not, Madison, with a T?
We sure do. Clifford is calling from Missouri.
Hey, Cliff, welcome back, my friend.
Hey, guys, I didn't know if I can call back in again, but I had to say hello to Peter, and I wanted to touch on your navigation stuff,
Okay, hi, Cliff. Thanks for calling.
Hey, buddy, it's great to talk to another Montanan.
Oh, good. That's great. Yeah. We navigate by the stars up here all the time, whether we need to or not.
Well, yeah, we do. I mean, of course, I learned navigation early on in Cub Scouts, but one of my favorite authors taught me how to navigate in the woods and in the forest, and that was Louis L'Amour. You know, Louis L'Amour wrote
interesting.
About watching your back trail and turning around and seeing things from a different perspective. Because when you turn around and look back the way you came, it gives you a whole new perspective on things. When I lived in Montana, that came in very, very handy. You know, going up in the mountains, hunting and fishing.
That Cliff, I have to say that's probably the single most important thing when you're, for me, when you're hiking in the woods. That you put your finger right on it. That's the single most important thing. Is if there's like you're on a trail and another trail comes in, or there's any question about the trail, you got to turn around exactly what you're saying. And I guess Louis L'Amour, I haven't read that. I haven't read much Louis L'Amour, but that makes total sense. This is how you keep track of where you are, by looking where you've been.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, and then when there's a break in the canopy, you know, knowing where the sun is at, or knowing what the stars look like in that break of the canopy, you know, because you just never know when something like that comes in handy to get you back where you started, you know.
Well, and that's why, you know, when I'm in the woods, I'm always, you know, I realized a few years ago that I'm hyper aware of where the sun is in the sky. So I'm always kind of oriented north, south, east, and west, because I know it's morning and the sun's, you know, rising. So, that way's east, you know, now it's noon, it's to the south. And if I can't see that, if it's like really cloudy and I don't know where I am, or if I'm in the woods and I can't see the sun, I lose my bearings pretty quickly. And, well, I think we all do, actually. It's if you've ever walked in a fog or driven a boat in a fog, which I have.
Oh man, it's the worst.
Even on the little lake where I grew up, driving a boat in the fog. You know, the lake's only a mile across and 2 miles long. I got totally lost on this little lake in the fog. I know every house, every inch of it. But if you don't have that orientation, as you say, when you go through a break in the canopy, when you can see the sky, when you can get a sense of where the sun or the stars are, sometimes you know, these are not new tricks; these are ancient tricks. But even the direction of the wind, if there's a steady wind, and you know the direction of the wind, that's really helpful. Amy and I spent a summer in the far North Arctic with, you know, the Inuit who on dog sleds with these hunters. And one way they track where they are is they look at the snowdrifts, and the snowdrifts tend to run in parallel lines like sand ripples, and so they can track themselves by using those as orientation.
Peter,
that's pretty cool. Yeah, when you turn around and look at your back trail, a lot of times the rock croppings and things look different from a different angle, and it's nice to be able to do that. The one place that I really got thrown off for navigation was when I was on ship. I was on the USS Tuscaloosa, and we had to stay below deck most of the time because we went through a typhoon. But when we were allowed up on deck, during the day, it's like, oh my God, how do you know where you're at? That's a vast of nothing. But at night, I mean, at least you have the stars at night, you know. But during the day, it's like, wow.
You could be anywhere. Well, it's funny. I have that experience quite a lot, and you know, any one of us can have it too. That Amy, who's a modern dancer and lived in New York a lot. So we visit New York, you know, Manhattan fairly often, and using the subway system there, you know, I go down in a subway, down the stairs, and I get on a train, and, you know, I'm going uptown or whatever from downtown. We have a little place to stay downtown. We're going uptown, and I get off the train, you know, 10 stops later or 5 stops later, and I surface on the street. And the first thing is like, which way am I pointing? I have no idea. They're just buildings all around me. And I know that city well, and I know that I came from the south, but I can't figure out where I am. And it's just like you're saying, coming up from below decks on the Tuscaloosa, that it's like coming up from below decks, and there's no point of reference unless you actually track your motion. And when you get off the subway car, you're going north, and then you track your motion through the station. You go around this corner and that corner and up the stairs and this elevator or escalator, and keep track of that. So when you finally surface, that you're still, you're heading north or you're heading east or whatever. But I'm convinced it's just one of the deepest human instincts, and it's getting kind of messed up, I think. And I just think it's really important to have it. But go ahead, Cliff.
Actually, we got to say goodbye to everybody, Peter. You maniac! We never have enough time. Look at the clock, dude.
This is a topic we need to revisit with Peter again.
Yeah, I think
for sure.
Okay, we'll go to the
continue
metaphysical aspects of directions.
Yeah. Oh my God! Please, yes.
Clifford, big thank you to you. I've been saying this for a while, Lindsay.
You're right on.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Clifford. Lindsay, I've been saying this for a while. You have We Should Write. And by the way, you'd be welcome to drop in on this one anytime. Peter and I should do a podcast on a weekly basis, and anytime you just want to jump in and be a part of that crazy conversation, just got to find the time and the place. These could go on forever. Peter, thank you so much. Go to Peter Starker. Go to.
You can't spell Stark without Star.
Jimmy, don't worry.
I'm usually pretty good about this, Peter. My deepest apologies. PeterStarkAuthor.com and all other places where you can find him on that website. It'll point you the way. By the way, that's really good. The navigational system known as the internet will get you in touch with Peter. Thank you, Peter. We love you, man.
Yeah, we need that, right?
Yeah.
You're the best, Peter. Have the best weekend.
Really fun, Lindsay and Jimmy. Well, yeah, we'll continue this conversation. The metaphysical points of the cardinal directions, whatever.
Okay, that's next month. Can that be next month?
That's it. That's it. We got to go on.
We'll put it on the calendar.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Peter Stark is a regular contributor. He is a member of the Road Gang that is Road Gang Radio, Madison Place and Music. We got country and western music coming up soon because we like both kinds.
Both kinds?
And we like all kinds.
All kinds.
Hey, guys.
We even like shady kinds.
Oh, shadyrays.com. What do they got, Lindsay?
Lost and broken protection, which really helps people like me.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho.
Thank you.
What did you call me?
You heard her.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
I know her. Woo! I know her.
Thank you. You know, Music City Mistress really goes with Music Sleazy over here. I'm starting to sense a theme about what's going on over here in Nashville, and it It smells. It's something stinky, and I think it's the drunk, passed out, puking bachelorette there on Broadway, and that's okay because we celebrate both kinds on this show.
Both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We celebrate the drunk, puking kinds even. Okay, guys. Well, speaking of drunk puking, Morgan Wallen. He's not done it again, but this one, we're going to have some fun with this one. All right, Jim. So Morgan Wallen will not be getting a Grammy in 2026 by choice. Is it? Let's see. So I feel another PR stunt in the works, but I'll let you be the judge. The country star, he will not be submitting his 2025 album that came out this year called I'm the Problem. Yes, Morgan, you are.
You are.
He will not be submitting it to the 2026 Grammy Awards. Let me put emphasis on he will not be submitting it. So Morgan Wallen, he will not put forward in individual categories either. So like best country solo performance, etc. None of the 7 songs that he co-wrote will be considered in any song categories, genre, or genre field. Wallen's team will not, however, prevent, okay, here's the twist. Morgan Wallen's team, they won't prevent other songwriters he collaborated with from submitting the work on their album, though, they said. Well, okay. So it's like, I'm not going to do it. He's taking a stance, but he's like, but if you worked with me on the album, you can submit it, by the way. That's what this is, right? That's what this is.
Hooray for Morgan. Hooray for Morgan. Hooray for Morgan. He's a horse's ass. That's it.
Exactly. So, okay. So in addition to Morgan Wallen, a handful of artists actually have declined to submit their music to the Grammys over the years. Their way of taking stances back in 2016, Frank Ocean declined to submit his widely acclaimed album called Blonde for Grammy consideration. He called it his Colin Kaepernick moment. He said that the Grammys didn't seem to be representing very well people from where he comes from, actually. So he did not submit in 22. I actually, be quite honest, didn't realize that you have to submit in order to be. I don't know how I didn't realize this. I mean, I know it now.
Get on it.
Actually. Yeah, but like the idea of, I mean, I when I think about it, I have a lot of friends that message me every year. They're like, hey, are you a member? Are you a voting member of the Grammys? If so, can you submit or vote? So now it makes sense to me. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about that. But in 2021, Drake withdrew his Grammy nomination because he critiqued the Recording Academy. Same year, The Weeknd boycotted going to the Grammys because he was snubbed for nominations. And they say that because of the secret committees, I will no longer allow my label to submit my music to the Grammys. That was The Weeknd's take. So Morgan Wallen released his album, I'm the Problem, this year back in May. And this is a big album for him because featured on the album, he's got collaborations with Post Malone, Eric Church, Ernest Hardy, Tate McRae, which is actually his first time to team up with a female artist. And in that release, he revealed the meaning behind the title of the 37-track album. There are 37 tracks on Morgan's album. And he said, Jim, I have been a problem for sure. And I've got no problem admitting that. But there are other sides of me as well. I've spent the last 11 months really trying to figure out, do I still want to be the problem? There's a word in there. Do I still want to be the problem? Is it time to move past that phase of my life? And then he added, I think it probably is, and this might be the last time I get a chance to honestly say it. All right, Jen, let's break this down. I think there's hidden Easter eggs in here, personally. I think he's admitting not only is he the problem, but that it was all part of the plan, whether that be, like, I think we joke about these are all PR stunts. But if you want to get more grounded, I think there are ways when we know that we are messing up, that we are the common denominator of what's going wrong, and then we just own it. We're like, well, that's just me. And I think that's probably more so what happened here when Morgan realized, yeah, I keep getting in trouble, so now I'll just lean in. As opposed to, I'm going to get in trouble to make the news. It's like, oh, I guess I'm the guy that gets in trouble. So now I'm going to lean into that. And then to go back and say, I'm not going to submit my record because that's how I'm punishing myself. That's my penance. I won't submit. But actually, if somebody else could, that would be great. That's my take.
So he said there are many sides to him, right?
Yes.
I'd like to see one of the other ones.
Yes.
I mean, I'm going to say that straight up and simple. It's like if there are many sides, look, there are people out there who are really difficult, who are really, hard to deal with, who are flinty and crusty, and yet there are many people who will race to their defense because they say, well, you just don't know him the way I do, or will often be the same kind of person who is, a sinner on Saturday night and a saint on Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't see the other side to Morgan Wallen yet. Now, maybe it's coming. Maybe he's got it, in his top pocket. Maybe that's what's going on, but I don't see it. By the way, you said Frank Ocean, by the way, he had 11 songs on that album that he didn't submit?
No, he didn't. His 2016 record called Blonde, he didn't submit any of it. He said because he said, and I quote, the Recording Academy didn't seem to be representing very well for people who come from where I come from.
So, and you said there were 11 songs on that track?
No.
Oh, I thought you said there were 11 songs. I would have said so. Basically, it was Ocean's 11. I'm sorry, I misheard that. But the thing about
maybe there is. I think you made that up, but it could be a really cool thing if that's true.
God, I wish that was true. But the thing about the Wallen thing that is like, he just, I'm going to give him this, Lindsay. He just knows how, because there he is. Here's the thing. You didn't go digging. You try to look at what's going on, and it's like what's happening and what's getting reported. This stuff is being placed really well. This is not news in any sort of like big way. So what? Morgan Wallen is not going to submit for your consideration. Great, thanks. Move on. But he does it, and then attached to it is an announcement. There are plenty of people who don't,
just don't submit. Yeah, just don't submit.
That's
your stance. Don't talk about it. Don't make a big deal. Just don't do anything.
And there's no history of him having a contentious relationship. This isn't like Scorsese literally losing, for making some of the greatest films in cinema history and then not winning. He still kept on showing up. There are people who finally said that's enough. There are people who, literally were getting nominated in one art form or another, and people began to realize they've got something against you. But there's no like long-standing contentious history between Morgan Wallen and the Grammys that because it would have popped up. Believe me, that PR team would have popped it up.
And he's won a ton of Grammys. They've never snubbed him.
Well, that's exactly it. He does not have a contentious relationship with the Grammys.
And he's a white, privileged dude. He's got nothing to boycott.
Well, but and that would be an interesting thing. Look, I've won enough of these things, and I feel like something's getting skewered when I'm like, I would love somebody to win one. And people have done this where it's like, I don't deserve this. I literally heard the other album. I literally saw the other performance. I literally, did the thing and saw the other thing, and the other thing is deserving of this. That would be interesting. Wouldn't that be interesting if it really wasn't about Morgan Wallen and he had just simply not submitted and a reporter had found out and said, hey, you didn't submit. And he's like, I've won enough of these things, and I think something's wrong when, the same people keep winning over and over again. Clearly, when there's some stuff out there that I think is better than me, that would be interesting.
That would be the other side of him.
There it is.
That doesn't exist.
Yeah, and that's what, and that's the other side. That would be like, oh wow, that's crazy. Imagine it would have to be really long form. It had to be like not submit, not offer for consideration, then somebody noticing that, and then reaching out and being like, what's going on? Look, and imagine making a comment like, have you seen the nominees? Those people are amazing. Is that a single album in there that my album is better than?
Or even cooler if it was like, you know what, I'm going to step away and let some, if this was a thought process, let some new people come to the table. Because that's the biggest complaint around country music or any music, really.
The Grammys are the worst. The Grammys
are the worst. And as it pertains to on-air play, terrestrial radio, so to speak, or not so to speak, terrestrial radio, period, is that there's not, they only allow, so it's the same people over and over because they don't, there's an algorithm, they can't allow others in, and we don't get it. That's why, so that's the beauty of social media and YouTube, is that it has given other people a place to shine. And even some of these competition shows, it gives chances, space for other people. So anyway, Morgan Wallen, that's all.
And I'm going to give him a half-ass one.
Yeah, that's all he deserves on this one.
What a blowhole.
So moving on.
Better stuff. There's better stuff coming. I know there is.
Better stuff.
Yeah.
This might not be it, but okay. I feel like, Jim, I really try to, when we do country music news outside of Morgan Wallen.
Him being the one thing. I try to not do like salacious gossip or here's who went to jail this week or who's fighting. Like I really don't want to do that kind of thing.
Which is disappointing for me, but go on.
I know. I'm sorry. I just try to be like human interest, or if there's something that I have a connection to, so I could give some inside scoop.
Cool
here in
music coming out,
Nashville.
great concert, all that kind of stuff.
That kind of stuff. This one is a little bit of some family drama, but I have a reason, and I'll tell you at the end why I'm bringing it up. So Wynonna Judd's daughter, whose name is Grace Pauline Kelly, has gotten sober for now, hopefully, which is a wonderful, beautiful thing. I hope it sticks, of course. She shared her story, actually, recently in a Charlottesville, Virginia newspaper, of all places, called the Daily Progress, explaining that so she was spurred to make a big change after her 2024 arrest for stealing a church van. Yes, you heard it. Not just any van, but her church van. In fact, that same church, Charlottesville's Ground Zero Church of Nazarene, they've been instrumental in her sobriety. They're like, hey, just put the van down. Step away from the van. Step away from the van. We'll all get sober around here. No, but she said that she was baptized there, and she continues to be an active member at that church. And in her interview, she explains that the pastor there reached out to her after her release from jail, despite the fact that part of her plea deal required her to stay away from the church. And he was also the same person who confronted her as she was stealing the van, beating the door, saying, "You stole my van, get out of my van." And as she says, though, if it wasn't for the pastor and his wife, that she would still be out using drugs. And when she was arrested for stealing a church for stealing that van back in, oh, shoot. My computer has gone blank. All right. There it comes back. Sorry, guys. She said it marked her third arrest for that year. So, Jim, she tested positive for heroin after that arrest and faced 7 charges, including 3 counts of grand larceny. She's got multiple charges, including manufacturing meth. She was sentenced to 8 years in prison for violating parole. The list goes on. Indecent exposure, obstructing government operations, soliciting prostitution, et cetera, et cetera. So now, okay, I'm going to shift to why I bring this all up. First of all, when a couple years ago when I did a show with Wynonna, she came in afterward, and we were backstage before or after we played, and Wynonna got really deep with my husband, actually not me, with my husband Seamus. He said, "Hey, how are you?" When they'd met, and she goes, "Well, I'm just trying to figure out how to get through life. I've got a daughter in prison." And Seamus is like, "Oh, we're going there." I tell that little anecdote because to me, that's a sign of somebody desperately looking for connection. If you're going to go there that quickly and deeply with someone you've never met, like Seamus, it's like that's somebody who's lost and broken, as Wynonna has admitted in documentaries that she is. And, here's what the daughter said, what Kelly said, and I quote, "I don't want to talk bad about my mom. Let's just say she's a good performer, but she was never really a mother for me when I was young." Okay, so I think, Wynonna herself also had a difficult upbringing and was a child star, which is its own set of issues. And Wynonna, I believe, I don't know anything about the family, but I believe she was doing the best she could with the information that she had. And we don't know the whole story. I'm not trying to pretend that I do or have any authority to speak on it, but I do bring it up because people with addictions, people with abusive relationships that are the abuser or the abusee, they act in ways that we can't explain, and they are sick and they need help. And if you see something, say something, check on your people. Now, Kelly has found sobriety. She says she hopes to write a memoir sharing her story. We should write, right?
Right.
And she says, "I never had a voice. And if I was, and I was iffy about talking about all this stuff, but no matter what it said about me, the Bible says the truth will set you free. And I think it's time that I shared my truth." That's why I say all this to button it up. Because also I will say, Jim, before you comment here, that Wynonna is currently raising her daughter's daughter, so her granddaughter, who's 3 years old, and she does not talk about her, post pictures about her on social media, but she is there for her. So maybe perhaps Wynonna is also getting a chance to rewrite her own motherhood story through her granddaughter, a way that she couldn't be there for her own daughter. And I just think we can start anytime. I don't think we're ever too far gone to rewrite our own story.
Oh no, I agree with that completely. My Winona story. What is the name of the hotel where you actually opened up for Winona on the
L.A. Jackson.
Okay, at L.A. Jackson. I remember she came in. Winona came in and somehow got separated from her group of people. And I could see the panic in her face. Now, I'd met her before because we'd met her over at her home, and we'd actually gotten a chance to talk at length. And I remember her having this look of panic in her eye and turning to me and being like, and she literally went, and her face went from panic to a slight smile, and she's like, I know you. And literally just came over and put her hand on my arm until her entourage caught up with her and then whisked her away. And somebody said, hey, you need to give Winona some space here. Really classy. But Winona was great. But there is a sense of, that need for connection that you talked about. I do want to also make a comment about your husband really quick. It's not just a randomness. There is a warmth to your husband, by the way. In case you guys don't know Seamus, there is something instantly recognizable about him. And he does have one of those kind of faces that does read no judgment. It really does. So
sure.
I can see her pivoting to him. But you're right. It's still a stranger or still somebody she barely knows. But I can see why she would be open to talking to him. Whereas somebody else is scowling, the scowling version of an Irishman, me, she might have been like, I'm not going to talk about this with this guy. He's not going to understand. The other thing is, can I just take a moment to kind of praise the name of a church that calls itself the Ground Zero Church of the Nazarene?
I know. That stood out to me, too.
Oh, my God. That is just fantastic. It was good to see, by the way, that the people who run that church are actually practicing the gospel. That was a really good thing. And that, yeah. I think, and that goes to the point I wanted to make, which was grace, is I think one of the hardest things people don't understand is if you don't give people a route back, they never do, or it makes that journey that much harder. When you don't draw a roadmap for how somebody gets back home, they tend to kind of stay in that faraway place. Very few people come to their senses in the way the prodigal son does, and just the prodigal son's father is so decent that he understands that he's got a shot, even if he's broken his father's heart, that the decency of the father might welcome him back. But if you don't let people know they can be forgiven, they often fall into despair. And it's good to see that she's surrounded by people who have created a structure for her to go home. And so that's kind of my thought on that. I'm glad that she's found people who extend grace. That's so important.
Extend grace. Yeah, I mean, that family's seen a lot. There's a great documentary out. I'm blanking on the name of it. Emily West actually brought it up, and We Should Write last week. But it is very good. It's, it's the ickiness behind celebrityness that we think we know what's going on. And same thing when I've talked about watching that Celine documentary. It's like, oh, yeah, she's got this bad disease, but she's got lots of money and big homes, so who cares? Like, what? Like, they are, risk of sounding like People Magazine celebrities. They're just like us. They are, guys. They have a lot of crap. Money solves literally nothing, except maybe gives you a home and gives you some different things to worry about. It doesn't solve your internal problems, your mental struggles, your addictions, your sobriety. Sometimes it actually makes them worse.
Absolutely. And by the way, if they can't fix Celine, how do you think the other people, those rare people who have that disease, who don't have the resources she does?
Exactly.
If it doesn't fix her, imagine what other people around the world who have that condition are going through.
Exactly. Very good point. Yeah. Very good point. Okay. It's time for some trucking music here. 18 wheels and a dozen roses. So Kathy Mattea, this shocked me how this hasn't already happened. Kathy Mattea, who of course sings 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses, that classic song. She was right in the middle of performing 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses at the Opry, the Grand Ole Opry, when the music stopped and she got a very unexpected surprise. The country music legend Charlie McCoy steps on stage with an apology of interrupting her song and a smile and hands her a dozen roses and says, "I'm so sorry to interrupt, Kathy, my longtime friend, but I want to ask you a question. How would you like to be the next member of the Grand Ole Opry?" How was she not already a member of the Grand Ole Opry?
What's going on? What's happening with that? Why is that happening so late in the game? What's going on? Bobby, what in the hell is wrong with the Grand Ole Opry?
Seriously.
What is wrong with those people?
Well, Kathy Mattea, of course, responded with tears of joy and couldn't talk for a minute and then finally said, yes, 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 thank you. Kathy was a 4-time CMA Award winner and artist with an unforgettable voice. She stood stunned for a moment, then accepted her flowers. And, of course, artists and fans alike were cheering. People took to social media like crazy saying the same thing. I just assumed you were already in it. So for nearly 3 decades, Kathy Mattea has been one of the most respected voices, of course, in country. She's not just a singer. She's a great storyteller. She's the voice behind songs like 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses, Where Have You Been, Love at the Five and Dime, so good. And now she's, as a 66-year-old woman, she will officially be inducted into the Grand Ole Opry on October 11th. In the meantime, we all rest a little better perhaps tonight, knowing that Kathy Mattea is finally getting her well-earned place in the circle, and I can't think of a better voice to do it. So congratulations to Kathy. Can't wait to see her inducted on October 11th. Speaking of longtime voices and trusted voices, Trucking with Oida is one of our trusted voices. And before I continue country and music news, let's give you a quick preview of what's coming up here in about 7 minutes on Trucking with Oida, Jim.
Good things in Ohio. We talked about parking earlier in the week on the show, but there's a new thing going on. A bipartisan group in the State House over in Ohio. It is actually focused on trucking. It's the brainchild of Ohio State Rep Jack Daniels. Yep, that's his name. Yep. He's a trucker turned legislator. That reads. He joined the show. He joins the show, Trucking with Oida, to talk about that transition, the Ohio Trucking Caucus, which he put together, and much, much more. And Randy Guillotte, president of Triple G Express, walks our friend Scott and Ashley through his years of long involvement with Operation Sideswipe, that staged accident scheme over on the I-10 corridor in New Orleans, continuing to this day to make national headlines. All of that is Scott and Ashley with Trucking with Oida. Go on.
Boom. Okay. Blake Shelton is making his return to Las Vegas in early of 2026. Will be at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace for another round of performances. He did this last January as well. After selling out 6 shows this past January, he is doubling down, literally. He's officially announced 8 new dates for January, promising fans even more of the country party vibes. These country residencies in Vegas, Jim, are really becoming a thing. We're hearing it more and more. I mean, Vegas has always been steeped in country music, but the big, bold country shows are happening. Dolly, of course, Miranda, Lainey Wilson, Blake Shelton, Zach Brown has got a show coming out at the Sphere, which is less of a residency. The Sphere is a whole different animal in itself, of course. But Blake said, we had so much fun early this year. I figured, why not do it again? This time we're going to do it more country with more cocktails and probably more questionable decisions. Let's go Vegas. So that kicks off January 15th. It runs the entire month of January. Tickets go on sale next week. It's an interesting time. It's Blake pivoting.
Pivot!
Because he decided to step down from The Voice, which he was on for 23 seasons, which is kind of hard to realize that show has been around for 23 seasons.
Wow, wow.
It's mind-blowing. But he says, we're not slowing down, we're just shifting, we're pivoting.
Pivot.
And going, gonna do this. It's never done. He also is gearing up to launch his brand new reality competition, The Road, which premieres October 19th on CBS. That will be interesting. I actually will watch that just to see if they do what I hope they do, which is keep it authentic.
I really do. It could be an amazing cultural event if they do it right.
It could be. And it does have Taylor Sheridan behind it. Hopefully he's putting his stake in the ground to keep it country, quite literally, and keep it authentic. We'll see. Finally, Tim, this is kind of cool. On this day in country music history, in 1914, born in Lizard Lick, North Carolina, was Connie B. Gay. Have you ever heard that name?
Yeah, I have, but I don't know any context for it. I just thought it was funny when I heard it.
Connie B. Gay. So Connie B. Gay was renowned as a founding father, it's a male, a founding father and a major force in country music. He is credited for coining the term country music genre, which had previously just been called hillbilly music. And so he was the founding president of the CMA, Country Music Association, and the co-founder of the Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum. We used to just be hillbilly music. No, we're the country music genre. Ooh, fancy pants. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Trucking with Oida coming up next. Jim, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am too, by the way. And don't forget Nemo Nation and all of RadioNemo.com continues next week. week as well. Once again on Nemo Nation, we have a full docket. I kid you not. Jamie Jones, Rick Gobble, Trucking Ray, Mark Schwemmer, Jay Hosty, Janet Jarvis, Kevin Hawley, Mike McHorse. Another episode of The Future Was Yesterday. Evelyn Carr is going to be in studio, and a whole bunch of other groovy stuff. RadioNemo.com is the place to be. Road Gang Radio is the show to listen to. And drop in on Mondays for Nemo Nation. And we should write next week another new edition of that as well. Good night.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Welcome to Trucking with OID on this Friday. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
How are we doing today, Ashley?
Glad it's Friday. It's been a long week.
It has been a long week. Big plans for the weekend?
No, which is
that's nice.
Exactly
that's nice
how
sometimes.
I like it.
Yes, that is exactly what we all need sometimes. Is
Yep.
a weekend where you don't
weekend
have any
of
commitments.
nothing.
You want to turn your phone off and
Yeah.
curl up on the couch
I
and
would
put
love
on
that.
a good show or two.
I could never turn my phone off, though. My mother would panic. She'd be like, "Where are you?"
What are you doing? Isn't that crazy? How we went for millennia
Oh, yeah.
without
I
any-
think of as a kid out riding my bike. She didn't know where I was.
No.
And
yeah.
now, if I don't
check in.
oh gosh, yeah, or Life 360, she sees my phone. If I've taken the day off or the kids are sick or something. She's
Or are you
"What-
still on the
why aren't you
app
at work?"
with your mother? Does she?
It's Life 360.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they know she knows where you are.
Oh yeah, yeah.
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 Wow. I don't know if I would like that with my parents.
Yeah.
Not that I'm doing anything bad or illegal.
No.
but, yeah. Anyway, that's the weekend. Let's look at today here. We've got a couple great guests coming up here. Ohio State Representative Jack Daniels. We talked with Tom Balzer of the Ohio Trucking Association recently. He talked about this idea that they have in the State House in Columbus. It's an Ohio Trucking Caucus. Representative Jack Daniels is a truck driver. He is now a state lawmaker. So we'll talk to him about what that transition has been
lots of
like.
good stuff in Ohio.
Absolutely. They're doing some great stuff there with truck parking and any number of things. And then we'll talk with Randy Gilliott of Triple G Express about Operation Sideswipe, that staged accident scheme in New Orleans that obviously got a lot of headlines. He'll kind of talk about, we'll ask him about how that's kind of indicative of a larger problem we see with regard to insurance and scammers and criminals throughout the country as well. So lots to get to today. Let's not waste any time, though. Ohio State Representative Jack Daniels, let's get him on the line here and talk to him. Representative Daniels, how are you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott and Ashley. I appreciate being on the show.
Do you prefer State Rep Daniels? I know you're a relatively new lawmaker. Is Jack? What do you prefer?
I think Jack is just fine.
All right, we'll go with that. Nice. We appreciate it. I want to talk to you about all that you're doing there in the Ohio State House right now, but I think we should probably take a step back and start a bit further back here to your career in trucking, which I know dates back a little while. And looks like you might have grown up in the business. Is that right?
Pretty much so, yeah. My father was a driver, and when I was a kid, he got a job working in an office, which was kind of a big step up. I'm the youngest of 10 kids, so
wow.
I think it was a mandate by my mother that with these kids, he needed to be home a little more. So he dispatched for a little while, and he got an opportunity to buy into the company. And when I was 15, I started working with him and the guy that owned it. And the guy that owned it passed away about a week after I started there. So really, from about the age of 15, this has been my gig.
Did you feel a sense of obligation to do that? I mean, you were kind of joking there, but obviously it's something that you love doing as well, right? Do you kind of remember that the feelings back then as a teenager? Yeah. I
loved it. And as a teenager, my dad loved to drive. That's why he got into trucking, and I drive too. I still drive, but my dad really he pushed me to go ahead and take over while I was still in high school, and actually got our we were just a brokerage. I got our operating authority when I was still in high school, and started taking on owner operators. And by the time I was 30, we had 30 trucks or so. I started a cold storage operation. So I had about 50 employees by the time I was 30, and my dad was driving for me, and he actually drove for me until he was 84.
Wow.
That's impressive.
That is impressive. And the company,
he was the master of the fleet and respected by everyone here.
And clearly loved it. I mean, if he was still doing it at 84.
Yep, he loved it.
And the company's still going strong now, I believe, right?
Yes, Kendall Transport. We're based in Akron, Ohio, and we're about 45 to 50 trucks. Our operations run between roughly Nashville and Montreal, Quebec.
Wow,
nice.
How often are you getting behind that? I know you're busy, a little bit busier now in a different way now, but are you still getting behind the wheel somewhat regularly?
Every once in a while, it's since I got in the State House, it's definitely less because the time constraints of the State House are pretty intense. But I still get every once in a while. I used to drive at least monthly. I still get out when we have a snowstorm or something. I like to get out there and show everybody that you can still do this even when it snows.
Yeah. You gotta show them how to do it, right?
I've never been a manager who would ask anyone to do something I'm not willing to do myself.
Those are the best.
I think that's really important.
Those are the best kinds of managers for sure. You mentioned, obviously your new gig there as a state representative representing the 32nd House District there in Ohio. I know that you served on, I believe, the school board and city council before your current position. I think this begs the question, just how did this all come about, the idea of going into public office?
Well, I've always wanted to be in the state legislature. I'm a child of the Reagan era, and I really believe in state government. I think it's important to note that we have 50 states with balanced budgets and one federal budget that is completely lost its mind. The real work is done at the state level, and I always had that as a goal. But I'm very happy that I got to go out and have a real career in the real world. See all the bumps and trials and tribulations involving that before getting this opportunity. And the school board and a couple of years on city council were a good experience to help me understand a little bit more about the inside workings of government. So now that I'm here at the state level, I really feel like I bring a lot to the table.
You know, you mentioned your career. How does your background in trucking translate into the legislative world?
Well, one good example is our work on third-party litigation funding, which is tort reform, basically. You know, there's so much lawsuit abuse, and you see all these signs on the highway, hit by a truck, call lawyer XYZ, whoever it is of the day. They're preying on us, and I bring that perspective to the legislature. I also had a good conversation with another member of the Transportation Committee recently, where we were talking about fuel taxes and how those fuel taxes get used. Ohio has a trust fund, and trust fund monies can only be spent on the highway. And I said, I bring a little bit of credibility. At 60,000 gallons of fuel a month, I think that would equate to me paying, $30,000 a month in fuel taxes.
Yeah.
So, I think that gives me credibility in conversations where maybe a new lawmaker might not otherwise.
I think that's a great thing about state houses in general. You know, you look at the federal government, you look at lawmakers, a lot of them are attorneys, and I'm sure you've got a lot of that on the state level as well. But I think the great thing about state legislatures is that you do have, I think, more of a mix of people from different backgrounds and maybe different occupations and things like that. Has that been something that struck you as you've had conversations with your colleagues there in the State House?
Definitely. There are attorneys there, and they have a role. They represent their industry. But the nice thing about state legislatures, and it's the state legislatures around the country, we represent far fewer people. So my district, for instance, there's 99 House members in Ohio. We represent about 110,000 people. So it's easy for me to be connected to local businesses, including local township trustees and mayors and stuff like that, where the average U.S. congressman represents something like 850,000 people. So, we're definitely more commoners, and we also seem to have our own niche. There are a number of legislators that come from education, a number that come from healthcare. There's all different types of backgrounds, and I'm proud to be a trucker. There's actually, I believe there are 3 of us now who have current CDLs that are in the Ohio legislature.
Was that right? So you've got 2 others there with you.
Yep. One of them, he bragged to me when I got to town. He said, I have my CDL too. And I said, well, is your physical current? And his face kind of went red. And a week later, he came back in my office and he said, hey, guess what I got? I got my physical current.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
That's great.
Right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Has anything surprised you with making that turn? I think if you were to talk to most truck drivers and raise the possibility of running for public office and being a lawmaker, I think most of them would probably, run away from you or maybe scream something at you. Has anything surprised you? And obviously this is something that you wanted to do. But what's kind of stood out to you or maybe something you didn't expect by going into this new kind of realm, I guess?
Actually, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that you don't have to be an attorney. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to know everything about the law to do this job, because we have in Ohio, and I know other legislatures have similar organizations, we have a legislative service commission, which is a team of attorneys that work with us. They're bipartisan in nature, and I can come up with an idea, and I can sit down on a confidential basis with this team of attorneys, and they can help me see whether my idea is credible, whether we can turn it into legislation, and then, of course, it's up to me to decide and figure out whether it's politically possible or not.
Sure.
But I think a truck driver with just a truck driver experience would be a fantastic state legislator. So I challenge those out there that have an interest in government to get involved, because you'd be surprised how much your experience is missing in government. So bring it on.
Important voice for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wanted to talk to you about the Ohio Trucking Caucus.
Yes.
Love this idea. Will you tell us more about it?
Yeah, actually, being new to this, I didn't know how a lot of this stuff worked. And Tom Balzer from the Ohio Trucking Association, who's a rock star for us, that's for sure. He came to me with the idea, and we put a group together. It was really interesting when we threw the idea of it out. A caucus is basically a group that tries to vote together. So when we threw the idea of a truck caucus out, we were really surprised how many different legislators answered the call and said, hey, I have huge trucking companies in my district. I may not be an expert in trucking, but I'd like to join the trucking caucus because it's important to my constituents. And then it was also interesting how many came out and said, my dad was a truck driver.
Yeah.
And I really understand those challenges that drivers go through, and I'd like to join your caucus. So I don't know what our total number is right now, but I know it was more than what we thought we were going to get. That's for sure.
I think that's interesting you say that, too, because these are folks, it sounds like, essentially volunteered for this caucus, right? So they do have an interest in, as you said, their constituents and the issues that are out there.
Correct. Some of them have a personal connection.
Yeah.
Obviously, the other guys that have CDL licenses joined it, but some there are a few that they just have a lot of trucking activity in their district, and they feel it's important to stay connected to what we're talking about.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
So what does it look like exactly? So you've got this caucus, you've got this group, and obviously you're working toward some common goals, and you're talking about issues with regard to trucking. But what does it look like? Are you coming together once a month? Are you having kind of a free-for-all discussion and debate? Or, how is it kind of structured? Walk us through that, if you would.
It's a little bit of both.
Okay.
We have caucus events. So it's new. So we've had one. And it's like a reception where everybody gets together. We'll have a featured speaker, somebody to come in and talk on a specific topic. Some in the future, I know we're gonna start digging into some specific legislation that's important to the trucking industry. Tort reform is a huge one, so I suspect the next one will probably be tort reform related, lawsuit abuse related, to phrase it a different way. And then in general also, it's a nice sounding board as a legislator gets an idea that they can come to one of the members of the truck caucus and say, okay, we're thinking about doing this. Does this make sense to the trucking industry or not? Because some topics are confusing, with employment laws and regulations on employment laws. It can sound like a great idea that you think every trucker would love, but then when you get into the meat and potatoes of it, you find out, you're just creating more red tape for us.
Yeah.
So we're able to, as a group, kind of stand up and say, it's a great idea in principle, but in practicality, you're going to hurt us if you do that.
There's so many of those issues that look good on paper in trucking, and then you have that discussion and you realize really quickly,
oh, wow,
looks good on paper,
Yeah.
but in
Not
reality,
actually great.
not going to work.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You're just adding another hoop that we have to go through to
Yeah.
try to hire somebody. And we have so many federal regulations in this industry that, I think the average baker or candy maker would be pretty blown away by what we have to adhere to from the federal level. Not even thinking about all the EPA mandated stuff that we're dealing with, but hours of service and everything. So it's easy for people to really miss the struggles that we have, and it's up to us in the Truck Caucus to make sure we raise our voice, and it's nice to have a group of us who can stand together and speak up.
You talk about the importance of educating your colleagues there, and again, I think that alone, is incredibly important and powerful, because I think a lot of folks out there don't realize what the trucking industry is and what it entails and how difficult a job it can be because of all those, things that you talked about there. You talk about the caucus kind of educating other lawmakers in the legislature there. How much educating are you doing with members of the caucus who clearly, again, have an interest in this topic? I would imagine you're having conversations and kind of walking them through some of these things as well, right?
Definitely, absolutely. It's another thing that we're going to try to do. We're going to try to have some trucks down at the State House at some time over the next year, where we can have members come up and get in a truck and ride around the block and see what it's like. Because we in the industry, we take this for granted. When you get somebody who's never been in a truck up there and then ask them, hey, look in the rearview mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, I can't look at that one. I can't see that.
Yep, there's a blind spot. Yep.
They gain a tremendous amount of understanding of what a driver sees every day. It's an opportunity to help them feel that stress of, hey, have you ever taken a vacation with your family and driven for 10 hours? How do you feel at the end of that day?
Yeah.
Well, what if you were doing this every day and you dealt with all the stress and aggravation of the traffic and everything constantly, and that was your day? So I'm trying to help everybody see the stresses we go through, and hopefully bring more respect back to our industry. Because when I was a kid, we were the kings of the road, and we were respected in that way. If you remember the TV shows, BJ and the Bear, and all that.
Yep.
That shouldn't be a thing of the past.
Yeah.
And I hope to be an advocate to help bring that respect back.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what are some of the biggest misconceptions that you've heard?
That's a tough one. The first one, probably the biggest misconception, is how rich we are.
Oh yeah, we're just rolling in money over here.
Yeah,
you are as well, right? Yeah.
Yes. When people hear how competitive this business is post deregulation, the challenges, the fuel tax, that blows people's mind.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell them, I'm not a huge fleet, I'm significant. When they hear that I pay tens of thousands of dollars a month in fuel taxes, that's a pretty big shock to them. But yeah, they think that. They think everybody that's got the money to own a truck is just rolling in it and probably has 10 vacation homes and has a Maserati in the garage and all that.
I've only got 8 vacation homes. I haven't quite hit 10 yet, sadly. But I'm curious too. You were talking about Tom Balzer, who we talked with recently, and actually we called him kind of on the heels of that big truck parking announcement that the Ohio Governor Mike DeWine made. Kudos to everybody involved in that. It's really encouraging to see. You talk about tort reform. We've seen some of that in other states, Georgia, Florida. There's been a couple others that have been kind of talking about it as well. And you mentioned that's something that you want to tackle here with the caucus. As you look down your list, your wish list, I guess, of things that you would like the caucus to kind of get involved in and maybe build some momentum on, what does that wish list look like?
Well, thanks for mentioning the truck parking, because I forgot about that. Here's a great misconception. A couple of legislators were actually lobbying against this because they thought we in the trucking industry had the money to just go buy the property and build the spots ourselves.
Well, really?
And I said, well, think about that. How exactly would that work? You know, and they were saying, well, look how big UPS is. I said, well, look how many sleeper trucks UPS has.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're looking at this the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know, that's not who needs the parking. It's the smaller fleets that are scattered around the country that are here servicing manufacturers in the state of Ohio that need that support. So yeah, the truck parking is a very big deal. You know, one of my big initiatives, a couple of them. One is traffic flow and traffic patterns and drivers' behavior. In the last 15 years, the average driver in the country has just really, I don't want to be disparaging, but has become less educated on how things work on the road.
Yeah.
You know, slower traffic, keep right is a good example. And I'm very proud of the fact that within my first couple months in the legislature, I was able to get the Ohio DOT to put the word state law above the signs that say keep right except to pass. You know, they complain about trucks being in the left lane, but if cars are constantly sitting in all three lanes and we get an opportunity to pass because, you know, we're slowed down by hills, you know, it's a challenge. It's an added stress to our day. So educating drivers on how to use the road in a safe way that reduces the stress for not only for us but for them as well. You know, we want to reduce anger driving. You know, we really want to calm down the road if at all possible. So that's definitely one of my goals. Another one, being on the transportation committee and being involved in the transportation budget, is to make sure that fuel tax money is spent where it belongs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a push in Ohio and in many states to take that fuel tax money and create walking trails through parks. And I hate to break it to you, but that's not what that money was intended for. It's in a trust fund for a reason.
Yeah.
Now, if you've got a way that your walking trail is going to reduce traffic, okay, bring it on. Maybe we can have a conversation. But
explain
but
that
I don't
to
think
me.
I don't think that's their plan.
Yeah. We said this to Tom when we spoke with him, but this idea of this caucus, I love it. I am not familiar, and I don't think he was either, with other states doing this, which to me, again, this is one of these ideas where it's just like, this makes too much sense not to do this elsewhere. Are you aware of other states doing this at all, or even talking about this?
I am not.
Yeah, okay.
With my brief time in the legislature, I haven't had an opportunity to get out and really talk to a lot of other states, but I plan to. So there's a couple of organizations of state legislators around the country that I'm going to be involved in. The Speaker of the House was kind enough to make me the chair of transportation of one of the committees. So I'm going to Philadelphia in a month or so, and I definitely plan to talk about it, because anybody that's involved, if you're involved in transportation, you're on a transportation committee, you need to have some connection to trucking.
Yeah.
It's not everything to do with transportation. Obviously, there's planes, trains, and automobiles and boats and all that kind of stuff. But we're a very significant player, and I really believe we're underrepresented. So my goal is to get some truck caucuses going in other states and help them see how we can get the word out.
Yeah, I would love to see it, and keep us updated, obviously, if that gains any traction here. And to your point too, earlier you made it earlier on about other truck drivers. If they have an interest in public office, it really would be beneficial for everybody if we had more people like yourself in places they can actually make a difference there.
Absolutely.
State Representative Daniels, or Jack, I should say, we'll let you go here. Any final thoughts before we do let you go, though?
No, thank you very much for recognizing me, and I think I have a unique perspective to advocate for truck transportation, and I appreciate people like you helping me amplify that voice.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, thanks for all you're doing there. Really appreciate your time today, and we'll keep an eye on you. So if anything breaks there, we'll reach back out to you.
All right. Thanks a bunch, both of you. And everybody have a great day.
Really great chat there with
Yes.
Representative
Loved it.
Jack Daniels. Coming up after the break, we will have Randy Gilliott talking about Operation Sideswipe.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Great talk there, Ashley, with Ohio State Rep Jack Daniels. I'm glad he brought up one issue that they're going to tackle there in that Ohio Trucking Caucus, that being tort reform. We've seen this, as we kind of talked about there, we've seen this pop up in different states like Georgia, Florida. There's been a number of other ones that have looked at this issue and realized they need to do something about it. And I think our next guest is going to be able to speak to this a little bit because there is no greater example of the need for tort reform than what we saw in New Orleans and have seen in New Orleans in recent years with Operation Sideswipe.
Yeah, that's a huge example of that. Randy Gilliott is the president of Triple G Express in Louisiana. He's been involved in this, I think, since the very beginning.
Yeah.
And
not that he wanted to be involved in it.
No, my
but,
goodness, no,
got
I'm
dragged
sure
into
not.
it. Yeah.
So Randy joins us on the line. And Randy, I guess first off, for those who maybe haven't heard, what is Operation Sideswipe?
Well, Operation Sideswipe is the federal investigation into what we're describing as staged accidents in the New Orleans area, specifically targeting 18-wheelers, where people were getting in vehicles and intentionally hitting trucks, all with the end goal of procuring attorneys and doctors to support their story, to rip off the trucking industry and the insurers.
And when did this all first start?
Well, it's probably maybe a gray area, but we've got evidence dating back all the way to 2012, 2013 timeline. when it really started first happening. Although the stories that you hear and the evidence that you hear, generally speaking, is about 2017, 18, 2019, in that range.
Yeah, you really can't understate how widespread this whole scheme is. And behind every story you hear and every name that's put out there in terms of victims, there is a person that has been directly impacted by the situation, and they've been dealing with a whole bunch of stuff over recent years. The people that have been involved here, your involvement, Randy. How did you kind of get started in this, and what does your involvement look like?
So, I kind of knew through our own dealings. I'm a third-generation trucker here in New Orleans. Right, I've been doing trucking in New Orleans for a long, long time. My family's been here a long, long time. And we had kind of seen some evidence, call it around 2014, 2015, where some of the accidents that we were seeing just looked awkward, right? It just didn't seem right. We had some instances where we were being claimed that were involved in an accident, and we couldn't find any evidence of any collision whatsoever. So we have a pretty good safety team. We were working with our insurance company at the time, where we were able to manage our claims to some extent. And we started doing some investigative type work. Contacted some local people in Louisiana, and we were told at the time that our claims didn't qualify for an investigation at the state level, that it needed to flow through the insurance company, and that the only way those claims would be investigated is if an insurance claim had been paid. So if we were successfully defending an accusation, that wouldn't qualify for a criminal investigation. So we got extremely concerned around that timeline, started monitoring our accidents, really didn't know what was in front of us. And then as the next couple of years progressed, we were told that there's some bad people doing some bad things out there, to be very careful about what we were doing, and maybe a quick check would be better than to try and pursue solutions to the problem, which was extremely concerning to us.
You were really one of the first people then to kind of notice this
The
and
red flags.
and say to yourself, hey, something's going on here.
I'm maybe one of the first to bring the attention a little bit more public, because my involvement in the industry, I'm a former chairman of the American Trucking Associations, so I know a lot of truckers around in a lot of different places. At one of those events, I was talking to several of my trucking executive friends, and I'll describe them as the largest of the large LTL, parcel people, truckload people, tank, just very large trucking companies. And I was asking them for help, but not necessarily with the title of a stage accident. I was asking for help on how are y'all processing claims and defending claims that we know that not necessarily didn't happen or was staged, but the event didn't create the environment, didn't create the situation to be sued the way we were getting sued with the excessive medical and the plaintiff attorneys coming after us. It didn't match up. In other words, a fender bender, all of a sudden now I'm getting X policy limits. you know, and I was asking for help involving that topic. And as I was going around, if you will, to other motor carriers who have a much larger presence around the country, they all of them came back to me with intimate knowledge about the stage accidents going on in New Orleans. And I was like, geez, Pete, you know, I've lived and breathed this my entire career, you know, and I didn't know the extent of what was going on in my own back door. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't realize we were almost like an incubator for the rest of the country, if you will, and what's going on. And at the end of the day, you know, the point that I really want to bring up is that the litigation environment and the medical industry that supports it, and now the third-party financing that supports it as well, is all creating such a large potential payout that it is enticing bad people to do bad things.
Puts a target on truckers' backs, really.
It definitely does. And it really is upsetting in the fact of you'll see the attorneys, the doctors, the third-party financing, and they really are using people, right? The plaintiffs themselves as a pawn for their own financial gain. And you know, and that's not to say that there aren't legitimate claims out there here and there. Yes, I get that, right? But the system has been cultivated so much that it presents a bad environment, and bad people are coming out and doing bad things, whether they stage any accident on purpose like what happened here in Louisiana, or just taking advantage of an accident that did happen, and rather than making a wrong a right, they're actually trying to make a wrong and make it a cash payout that's a lifetime, you know, a payout there, or a retirement plan, or a family estate plan. It's you know, these nuclear verdicts coming out here. So, you know, it really is a shame the way that this whole environment has been cultivated. And, you know, we have to be one of them here in New Orleans that was in direct target of what's going on here. And the one accident that we had, good footage on our truck showing the staging of the accident. And then we got footage on the collision itself from a corner tire repair store. So we had the whole thing set up. We had an adjuster who we were working with on other accidents that was well familiar with what was going on with the staging of accidents in New Orleans. We were working with some defense attorneys who were becoming more aware of it. We were exposed to other defense attorneys who were representing other motor carriers on a national basis here in New Orleans who knew a lot about it. And so, you know, we all started putting together information, and then we had to give it to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that wasn't easy as well because they weren't necessarily looking for this kind of activity, and quite frankly, until we brought the volume of evidence going on, it didn't seem like they had a whole lot of interest in it until it was like, holy cow, we got a big thing going on here.
They couldn't deny it anymore. Yeah.
That's probably a good way to say it.
Yeah.
Scott, you know, and for us, you know, being local and the volume of evidence we had, you know, we had, you know, the slammer. And in my particular case here, and this is confusing, but it's true, the slammer's in the car with three other people, right? Hits the rear end of our truck, then gets out of the vehicle, and there's a second trailing vehicle where that driver gets out of that vehicle and jumps into the car that had the collision. So technically you had three people in the car involved in the collision, and a fourth person now supposedly driving the vehicle, but wasn't even in the vehicle at the time of the collision. And then the slammer gets out and gets into the trailing vehicle and goes up to the driver and says, "You just hit that car."
Mm-hmm.
Now, my driver went absolutely nutso on that guy, and you could hear it in the camera, the video we have of it. Knowing that the whole thing just smelled. I mean, he said, "You just hit me," you know. And in my case, the driver of the vehicle, who was not in the car in the SUV when it hit my truck, had medical claims up to $90,000 of treatment. So you know at this point, it's not only just the people in the car. You're now being enabled by an attorney to go to a doctor to get false treatment.
It's a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy. Yeah. That's a definition of a conspiracy right there, what you're describing.
Right. So, as I understand it, right, because, you know, my defense people all got together and you know, phone records and things like that. If I understand correctly, and I'll underline the word if, the slammer who hit my truck, the one who's actually driving, had bid out my accident to 3 different attorneys prior to the accident happening.
Oh,
wow!
That's a red flag.
Did I say that clearly?
Yes.
Right? In other words,
yeah.
He got on the phone that morning and said, "Okay, how much are you going to pay me?" Next attorney, "How much are you going to pay me?" Next attorney, "How much are you going to pay me?"
Yeah.
And then he picked the highest bidder, and he went out and had the accident.
That's Exhibit A right
that
there.
Particular case, my particular case, is Daniel Patrick Keating. Let's be real clear here. That's the attorney that had the case for me. He is the only attorney that has not been just indicted, because there's been other attorneys by now that's been indicted.
Right.
But he is the only one that has pled guilty. And it's my case.
Yeah.
It's my case. Okay?
What year did this happen in?
I want to say it's 2018. Now, it happened with my company, Southeastern Motor Freight. I've got 2 trucking companies, right? Triple G and Southeastern. This is with Southeastern Motor Freight, which I still own today.
This kind of speaks to the obviously importance of having cameras, you know, really all around your truck.
Yeah.
I assume that's something.
Yes.
Did you have that before? Have you always had that?
So we had, and let's kind of describe it to you here. We started with, I'll call it the throwaway cameras with the little chips in them. We get them off of Amazon, and we started those in probably, 14, 15, 16, somewhere up in that timeline. And we just buy them for $50, $75, and put them in every truck we got. And we had used that for a year or two, right? Only to find out that our recovery of the video we want to see was probably less than 50%. It just didn't function right. Either the chip was melting, or the camera view wasn't good, or whatever the case may be, right? So we evolved into another product in 2018, I believe, and we used that product for a year and didn't necessarily have all the results we wanted to see off of that one. And then we're now into a different product that we are extremely pleased with. So it is extremely valuable to have cameras in the trucks. I've got a lot of independent contractors that work for me at Triple G, and I've got company owned at Southeastern. And so, we were kind of on the front edge of that, and it wasn't necessarily an easy task to retain drivers. But once, drivers started seeing, well, hey, look, this is more of a protection for you and us than it is for the other vehicle, because we're presumed wrong right off the start.
No matter what.
Now, at least, right. So at least now we've got an opportunity, and it worked. Heck, I had an accident not even 2 weeks ago where we were able to give the video to the driver at the scene, showed it to the police officer, and the police officer says, yep, you're right. You're in the correct on this, and the other vehicle's getting a ticket,
That's a lifesaver.
So it is. And in our case, y'all just made comment about having cameras, forward and backwards and everything else. And I'm not even getting to the topic of inward facing. That's a different conversation. But in our business, we haul a lot of ocean containers. So I'm not privileged or have the capacity to put a camera behind an ocean container. So I've got forward-facing cameras, right?
Yep.
And then I put bubble mirrors on my trucks, so we do get some side views. And that's been extremely helpful in a lot of videos where we can see, in front of us, but then if it's a side swipe or if it's something, that can be seen from the bubble mirrors, which in most cases we're pretty good at, it helps us to give evidence of at least three sides of the truck, whereas directly behind the truck is extremely difficult for us to get. But we did in this particular accident because we got it from the corner store, and that's because of the teamwork that we had already built between our insurance company, our legal defense, and quite frankly, our adjuster.
I'm curious, in reading, the stories of these situations and the ones that you've described, how does it impact the driver, not just with all the...
Well, I'll tell you, in this particular case here, okay, this driver was a Teamster Union driver working for us. We disciplined him because the initial, everything initially was that, hey, we were involved in an accident and he was wrong, right? So, we disciplined him. I forgot, call it a week. I don't even remember how much it was, with no pay, right? He came back to work, and within 6 months, and all this preponderance of evidence had arisen. And not that he was elderly, I think he was in his 60s. And he says, you know what? He says, I had enough. I'm out. So, yes, it affects truck drivers.
Yeah.
It affects all the way down, right? A lot of motor carriers, including ourselves, looks at accident frequency and types of accidents. And hey, if one doesn't fit the criteria for us, we're better off separating from a driver who we feel might create future exposure.
Right.
And with all these stage accidents, a lot of them, Operation Sideswipe. So, the issue then becomes, are you changing lanes and you're not checking your mirrors well enough? That's what the whole thing is.
Sure.
And that's a trigger for us to say, hey, look, maybe we need to step away from this driver and he needs to go work somewhere else. So it's a huge, exposure for truck drivers with this type of activity.
Let me ask you this, Randy, because, you're talking about this from your experience, and obviously this is an event in these truck drivers' lives that, obviously is a negative event for a number of reasons. When you look at kind of the big picture here, and I think you called the situation there kind of an incubator for the rest of the country, because this does happen in other places as well, obviously, maybe not to this scale, but
correct.
When we look at what we're talking about here, and we look at maybe some of the lessons that we can learn from it, what are those lessons, and what are ways to kind of fix the situation? Are we talking, tort reform? I guess what do the solutions look like?
Yeah.
You put a lot of thought into this, obviously.
Yeah, because obviously I get heavily involved in not only Louisiana but the rest of the country. The initiative to do tort reform and lawsuit abuse around the country was one of the things that I came in with as chairman of ATA. And we have taken it to virtually all 50 states to challenge them to say, hey, look, what can we do to make the playing field a little bit fairer, right? We're not trying to get out of a valid claim. We're not trying to get out of making a wrong or right. What we're trying to do is say, hey, look, the economy, the country needs the trucking industry to survive, and we want to be here, but we don't want to be taken advantage of the way the plaintiff bar and the medical industry and the third-party financing is doing it, because it's an open ticket right now, right? If and I just use the example here, if a car hits a car and both of them has minimal amount of insurance or no insurance, you won't see an attorney jumping on that saying, oh, I'm going to go represent this person in that car.
There's no payday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? But yet if it's a truck involved, because we have insurance, right, we have to have insurance to be on the road, minimum federal insurance is $750,000. Most trucking companies have more than that, right? So that's the reason why they take a minimal accident and make it a big accident, because they know they could potentially get a big payday. And for the motor carriers, the lesson learned here is that it is expensive to defend a lot of these claims. So now, all of a sudden, you're making a business decision of, it might cost me X dollars to defend it, or do I cut a check? Well, before, when a check was, let's just call it $10,000 or $20,000, right? That may have been a prudent, good business decision. And now, all of a sudden, it's no longer $10,000 or $20,000, because the industry now says, oh, policy limits, or $500,000. And I said, you got $2,000 scrape on a car, and you literally going after policy limits or something. So, it's been a monster that's getting bigger and bigger. You asked, what are some solutions, and what else can we do? The tort reform is certainly one of them. We've been fighting it here in Louisiana. We just got some things. But it is a difficult political event to try and make what we're calling fair, litigation here. And that's all we're after, is a fair, set of circumstances here with a fair process.
Yeah.
And we've gotten some headway, but quite frankly, it's not far enough. And as you go across other states, right? Some states have made some progress. Florida's made progress. Georgia made a little bit. Yeah. Texas has made some progress. But I will give you an example. As I was on the national speaking tour, and this was my main topic, was tort reform, lawsuit abuse. You go to some states, and they were all into the conversation, saying, Randy, we understand, you may have been the worst down in New Orleans, but we fully understand our exposure and things are going on in this state or that state. And then you go to other states, and they're all looking at you like, really, this is not our problem in our state here, but so don't make it our problem.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And my response always was that, if you don't think it's your problem today, you may not be the first one that got hit with it, but you might be the next one that got hit with it. And I always make comment, one state, and I won't name which it was, in the West, an extremely conservative state, and they say, they just basically saying our type of folks won't do this. I said, well, two things. Number one, when I crossed the state line driving in my rental car coming to see you, the first sign I saw was a plaintiff attorney asking for business.
Yep.
Okay.
Big billboard.
And I'll say the second thing is that, one of major motor carrier that was based in your state happened to be involved in my Operation Sideswipe in New Orleans, because they were operating in 48 states. So whether you think it's your problem or not, it's going to be if it hasn't been.
Right.
Right? And even if you think you got all your state laws in the right way, that's even more incentive for you to do something else, because you got to set the pace for the rest of us to say, hey, look, we need that too.
Yeah, keep that ball rolling for sure.
Keep it rolling, right? Even if you think your state has all the laws in place, I guarantee you the plaintiff bar is going around figuring out what else to do in your state, just like they did in my state.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Randy, unfortunately, we are out of time, but I very much appreciate your your time and talking to us about this.
Thank you for your work on this as well.
Yeah.
It's an important issue for sure.
Absolutely, and I appreciate y'all's attention to it. And the more word we can get out to the rest of the country and everybody can hear our stories, the better off we all going to be in the trucking business. So
for sure.
Absolutely.
Thank the wider for what y'all are doing, and we look forward to collaborating even more in the future.
Thanks again there to Randy Gilliott of Triple G Express. I love that last point there of all sticking together.
Yeah.
In coming together against
that's
all
what
of
it's
this
gonna take.
Mess out there for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Ashley, that's our show for today and our show for this week, I suppose, as well. Thanks to everybody for listening. And wherever you are out there, have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.